Actually, hitting the recording button, a good thing. Oh yeah, and levels are good. So hearing everyone. Including
Yay.
myself.
Importantly.
Yeah.
Bless.
It's an important checklist, but it is only a 2-step checklist. Welcome back to Gaiul Rackentha Session 49. Hot in the heels of last week's session. The party has battened down for a nice hot meal, some warm beds, and a restful evening back at the Rosegrove estate, along with roughly 20 rugrats from the monastery who are being taken care of, if a little ill-behaved. Back in Matla. Yeah. After having returned from the mountains and the monastery itself. Taking a breezy 3-day hike. 2.5, I think, basically. Back down from the mountains into Matla to regroup before making plans to head out up north, making a swing in very brief dip into the outskirts of the Haraxan Coalition to hit Zatvor and hopefully find Tanya's traveling tale-tellers before they head up to Salamir, home place of a variety of people, including an person of intrigue, Gillester Silvermane, whom Hasan has yet to speak about, as well as the current location of Ziraj, the hunter of Lichbane. As the party kind of weighs their options when it comes to facing down the potential oncoming threat that is the Lich, once and currently known as Chancellor Navorak. So, the sun rises on the Rosegrove estate. You've risen with plans to leave earlier today. I believe Zaran is not sleeping, as per usual. But as the morning tide wanes, and in roughly, let's say an hour, there will be the morning dinner bell for all of the folks to, various monastery students to gather and have something to eat, or distributing amongst the estate to do their various mischievous business. How is everyone doing? How good did everyone sleep tonight? First time you've slept, like, in a real bed in a hot minute.
Also the first time you slept since you've known Hasan can invade your dreams.
Oh,
Super
God.
didn't sleep. Super didn't.
Oh, Bashmina slept well. Look, I probably slept in a bathtub again.
That's what I was just thinking.
There's a very surprised young member of the monastery who's like, all right, morning hot bath. There's a fish in there. You know what? I'll go elsewhere. This is fine. Like, slowly backs out of the washroom.
Jesus Christ. Now I'm just
Oh,
having...
no. I can't help though, okay, but then they have to go back to their friends and tell them, hey, there's a fish man in the bathroom, and then you wake up to, like, a crowd of them in the doorway, just, like,
Peering inside.
Are they dead? They're belly up.
Is that a beaver?
Look, his eyes just kind of crack open. Very tired, like... Oh, fuck, I'm so dead!
As soon as you make any sound, like, you're not even quite awake to register it, you just see, like, a sudden burst of movement in the doorway, and once you look over there, there's just, like, gone. It's empty. There's fully nothing there.
Oh, what a weird dream. Good night, Puppy.
Puppy is on the, like, the washing room floor, like, surrounded by little treats that have been, like, placed there by the various young members of the order.
Oh my gosh.
Offerings for the beaver.
Puppy had a fucking fantastic night.
Oh, yeah.
Puppy's gonna have a fucking tummy ache. from all these little under the table treats.
The
Oh.
usual suspects are still around the estate and will be until you decide to leave. Millie and Twig are having a good time. Now that luckily since the estate has kind of a fenced-in area, they're allowed to roam within reason, and they seem to be enjoying it quite a bit.
Good for them. They deserve it. I think Pashmina's getting ready bright and early. Knows that they've got a lot ahead of them. Is doing the usual pre-travel preparations.
I think in the morning, Zeal is actually going to go out of his way to find Zeron.
Oh.
Mm.
Oh, it's happening.
Looking around, moving semi-stealthily around. Zeron, what have you been up to this morning as the sun finally rises?
God. They probably just found an interesting, like, you know, like those coffee table books that you only ever pick up when you have guests around? Just
Yeah,
to,
absolutely.
kind of mindlessly read. It's probably exactly that with, like, a nice cup of coffee or tea or something.
Yeah.
It's all about plants.
I was going to say, it's
because it
probably
has to be.
a like, botanical almanac.
Yeah.
The various irrigation levels of
It
crops.
has some very nice photos in it.
Beautiful illustrations, for sure.
Yes. Most of the words are lost on him, but he's still reading it nonetheless.
I think Zeal kind of like finds you and sits across from you and gives a little like
Just
kind of peeks up over the book and just kind of like gives him a look and then just kind of closes it but has like the thumb in the page. Good morning. Did you sleep well?
Yeah, I did actually.
Good.
Thanks for asking. So, you and your whole gang is going to be out soon, from what I understand. I know you don't need me to tell you this in general, but just careful, be safe, please. Watch each other's backs. I don't... They look like they're kind of running through platitudes that they know are empty, but there's kind of this deep concern behind his eyes.
The safety of everyone in our group has always been my number one priority. And it will continue to be so.
All right, that's good. Yeah. Are you all like friends? It's kind of hard to tell. Like, are there like mutual agreements between? How did you all like become a?
If that's what we're calling it nowadays, very well. We met quite some time ago now, actually. Some of us had met each other before our time truly together. But we truly became a traveling group several months ago now in a little town in the Phasia. Our goals all aligned, and here we are. Yes, we are all friends.
I guess that's good to hear.
Something
kind
on
of-
your mind?
No, I mean, yeah, sure, but like, I wish I could help more, I guess. Y'all, you all seem nice. You seem like you care about each other. I would hate to see anything happen to that. And not that I think that it's going to, but, you know, gestures at the outside world.
Our time together has brought more perils than the likes of us would have hoped for. But we have survived. We've lived. We've overcome. To the point that we're able to sleep comfortably here.
Gotcha. And you and the bird, are y'all wizards? Kind of magic. You've got something going on.
We are both spellcasters, if that's what you mean.
I guess I didn't take you for the like books and study like kind of. You seem more I don't know. Not that.
Bing bong.
Sorry, I'll be right back.
Who has arrived at the Rose Grove estate?
Panic. I think Zoran just kind of smiles at that because they physically have a book in their lap. Especially at that. They're just kind of like, all right. No, I'm not a wizard.
All right.
In your assumption, no, I did not get my abilities through years and years of study. In some senses, I'm just lucky.
Gotcha.
Oh my god, cat, relax.
Yeah. Then I don't know, as someone who's been I don't know, something between used and possessed for a hot minute now. Just I hope y'all are careful about where you're getting your magic from. Don't make the mistakes I did. Insofar, well, I guess it's less of mistakes, more getting forced into a ritual by the cult that you trust. But like, I don't know, just
I will be sure to keep your words in mind the next time that a cult propositions me with any nefarious means.
hey, that's good enough for me. All right, fine. Yeah, I know it's weird. Sorry. All right, I'll go. Sorry.
No, it's quite all right. You can stay if you'd
No,
like. I don't
I'm
mind the
gonna
company.
get to the cinnamon rolls before the little ones do. Yeah, just
Rather smart.
like I said at the beginning, stay safe. Have a good trip.
We'll come say goodbye before we go.
Insist. Yeah. Just kind of like awkwardly half smile and ducks his head under a doorway and gets out of the room.
And like he smiles, waves back, and just kind of under his breath as he opens the book. Oh, I don't think he knows. I don't think he knows. Back to reading.
Anything y'all want to do before you head out?
What I missed, I just had to tell some ComEd people to go away. Well, not some ComEd people. Sorry.
Some notably not common. Just some Zoran and Zeal chat. Awkward Zoran Zeal conversation.
Let's see. What else is a son to do? Well, I don't think Kason had anything planned, so no.
Oh, I actually do have a question.
Yeah.
Did I ever hear back from Astior?
On the scrying.
Yeah.
Not as of yet now.
Okay. Cool. That's fine. That's
It's
all I
probably
wanted to know.
been a few, like most of the evening since you sent the letter.
Yeah.
Not yet.
I think very quickly, Loka would find Pashmina. Just anywhere, like just runs across Pashmina.
Mhm.
And just is like, I don't know if I dreamt this, Pashmina, or if, like, this was real, but I was surrounded by a bunch of the students from the monastery. Like a bunch of them.
Well, I mean, there are a bunch of them, so I don't think that's exactly out of the question. Like, just kind of hovering, like,
Yeah. Like, what are they all doing in my bathtub area, you know?
they're probably just curious. You're, not the sort of local that they would be used to.
You know what I have never done, Pashmina?
What's that?
I've never watched anybody sleep. I just never felt the need for it, you know? So, I think they think I'm a weirdo. I think they're all the weirdos.
I mean, yeah, in a sense, they are kind of little weirdos. Most children are. But they might. They're going through the resocialization process. It's kind of a lot. They'll be a bit curious and flighty at times.
Okay. Well, I hope we leave soon. So that I can get some rest without a million people deciding to stare at me.
Well, you'll have plenty of time for that when we are, maybe 1,000 miles out from civilization, between here and, Harax.
Oh,
Wee.
we.
Have you had breakfast yet?
No.
You should go get some breakfast before it's all gone.
Oh, shit, they're gonna eat all of it, aren't they? You just hear plop, plop, plop.
I think at one point Peshmina stops up by her old room and like peeks in.
It's very similar, much the same. It's been cleaned. There's just not a lot to see, really.
And there are no children currently occupying or anything.
No.
I think she's going to grab a few of her like old dolls and things. Just a couple of them that she can reasonably hold, not like an armload or anything, but some. And take them down with her to breakfast.
Yeah. As you'll suspected, the cinnamon rolls are absolutely all gone.
Okay. Womp womp. Peshmina's disappointment is endless.
My disappointment is fathomless, and my day is ruined. there's still a variety of biscuits, pastries, eggs, etc.
Children gathered up eating.
Very much so.
Oh. I think I'm trying to figure out as she's sort of carrying these around them, she's going to be watching for who like looks or shows the most interest in any of them.
You definitely catch like 2 or 3 of the kids, like as soon as you're in and you've got toys, they're like eyes locked on. Target acquired.
Okay.
And aren't like they're not making any moves. They don't look like they're gonna come ask you about it. I think in fact if you look at them, they will look away.
Of course.
But they are definitely very quietly walking behind their plates and cups.
I think if they do that, she's going to fix herself a plate and then come up near them and go, is this spot taken?
No.
May I sit here?
Yeah.
She takes us in. My name's Pashmina.
I'm Talissa.
It's good to meet you, Talissa. How have you been liking it here?
It's warm. There's less fog. That's nice. Lots of plants. Get to run around. That's right. Grass to climb. Nice.
Do you get to play a lot?
Yeah. At least right now. Kind of wish I want to start reading soon. I like playing a lot, but
Well, there's plenty of books here, and if there are any books you want, I'm sure they could be gotten for you.
Are those toys yours?
Oh, well, they used to be, but I was going to ask if you had many toys here or not.
No. I mean, there are some. Like we've got like balls and games and stuff to play with, but I don't really toys. I didn't have any when I was at the monastery.
Yeah, they don't let you at the monastery, do they?
Unless you hide them really good.
Well, if you want, you could have one of these.
Enormous eyes.
And you wouldn't even have to hide them or anything.
Just quiet nodding and quiet emphatic nodding.
Take your pick.
She'll grab like an animal-shaped one.
Do you have any friends? Any other friends who you think would like these?
Yeah. Emmanuel? It's over there. I don't think he's got it.
I'll go ask if Emmanuel wants any.
Sweet. Thank you.
Of course.
Tightly hugging this like stuffed rabbit.
Oh. She basically goes through that process for however many toys she can give away in the next half an hour.
Yeah, basically as many as you want to. There are several deeply enthused young monastery students.
Good, good, good.
And you've got time to eat.
Hmm. Could Heisan also find Zeal some
Sure.
point during the day?
He is sitting underneath a tree, kind of enough distance to watch the other recruits, but is kind of solitarily eating his eggs.
I think Heisan shall intrude, like cast large shadow looking down from and him sitting down. Hello there. Zeal, correct?
Yeah. Can I help you?
We never formally met.
Right, you're the other wizard.
Twitch. Bard. Heisan.
Ah. Okay, easy to get confused. Hi.
Hi. Do it for the knowledge, Heisan. I was hoping I could ask you a few questions.
Well, do as you wish. No guarantees I got answers, but, I'll listen.
Alright, Heisan will sit down, open up his notebook, and take out a pen. You were, if I'm not correct, assuming at this point, a victim of possession for past several months, correct?
Literally no idea. It haunts
No
me daily.
No clear thought?
Probably. The folks at the temple of Bahamut say I'm fine, but like, hard to say. I didn't have like an out-of-body experience or anything. Felt like I was there the entire time, if that makes sense. But I also did a bunch of shit I didn't want to, so.
So it's as though it was something grafted itself onto you and grafted itself and made itself a part of you rather than a separate entity onto its own, into itself.
I mean, yeah, if you want to make it more complicated.
I was trying to just get more direct language.
No, I understand. Like I said, I couldn't. You got what I got.
Yes. God, that is not much to go on. Heisan is like trying to see if he can't like self-reference bits of folklore he knows about bits of folklore to see if he can't maybe relate it to any sort of creature he might know of at all.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll Arcana for me. We're probably looking for an 18 plus.
That's gonna be
in files.
fucking easy. 29.
29.
Your mistake making me do Arcana.
No, I think that's accurate. Like, because you are drawing on folklore. I think you recall a few specific passages of different kinds of possession. Because it can happen in a lot of different ways from a lot of different people, like ghostly possession, for example, just experientially, from the accounts you've read, feels like you just like you black out, you go unconscious, and then you wake up and hold like a kitchen knife or whatever, whatever's going on with like ghostly possession. This seems the most close to fiendish possession, wherein like, yeah, a consciousness kind of inserts itself, but does so in a subtle enough way that the victim may not even really know whether they were possessed or not. It presents itself effectively as intrusive thoughts, and does so over a long enough period of time, such to, like, in some cases, literally warp the personality of the possessed. If it happens over a long enough time period, particularly skilled fiends can, like, basically create a duplicate consciousness of themselves by manipulating someone so thoroughly as to have them act autonomously as the devil would want.
Oh, and like making a little mini me on the surface world,
Yeah.
except they don't know. Okay.
But and not like through magic. It's not like charming enchantment. It's basically through gaslighting. Like what if you had
Psychic-
what if your intrusive thoughts were gaslighting you for like a decade?
Okay. That suddenly makes a lot of sense. Sounds to me like
And then it turned out that those intrusive thoughts that were gaslighting you were actually a fully different person talking through your
some will go over this briefly, saying not medically speaking, but in regards to historical record and stories, this sounds a lot like fiendish possession. In which case, with an attempt to sort of warp your personality over bit by bit over time, more long term. And you have not felt it since that night at all? Or you have felt different since that night?
You tell him this and he just like blinks at you for a second. Kind of. It's complicated. What?
Yes, fiendish possession. It lines up with what we know, what we found. The section of the hells that had been sort of manifested within to the archive that we found, and would make sense with the what was the name of the devil?
Couldn't tell
Oh,
ya.
that
Couldn't tell
flew
ya.
in. Oh God,
Fuck.
already forgot.
Would make sense with the devil we made contact with, and we are assuming that the Grandmaster had been in contact and in cahoots with for we're assuming a long period of time. It would make sense that a part of that would be your possession.
You're saying I literally cannot trust my own thoughts.
Couldn't. For at least the period of time. I would keep an eye on your own thoughts, of course, practice self-care, maintain a journal. Do you maintain a journal?
Not presently.
I would suggest maintaining a journal. Be aware of your own thoughts, write out what you're thinking, just do it every night. I'm no doctor, but it's
This is the
it's
worst
something
therapy
they
session.
have. It's something they have. It's something they have us do when we're young. Where I come from helps to moderate and understand oneself better. I figure this may, if you, the only person you would know yourself as is you, and you would be able to maybe pick out anything that seems odd.
Yeah.
But most likely not, since after Belwar's rather violent death, we would assume our refusal to how do I say, continue any sort of contract with the devil that appeared afterwards.
I'll
I
keep
think
an
it'll be
eye
fine.
on it. Yeah. He's gonna he's staring into his eggs. The 1,000-yard stare directly into the yolk of the sunny side up. And you know what? I'm gonna. Y'all have a good trip. I'm gonna go for a bit. All right.
Oh.
Cool. Thanks.
Oh, of course.
Just walks away.
Sorry I threatened to vaporize you. It was a tense.
No, I get it.
Huh. Well, I think I put a knot in that story quite well. I think I rather explained things correctly. I found an answer. Whoopee! Hey, son's elated.
Oh my God.
Oh, God bless.
Huh. Payson is proud of himself and will go eat his own breakfast.
All right. Anything else anyone wants to do before heading out? Firmly morning.
Once Pashmina's done with breakfast and pseudo Christmas for all these children, it's basically back to like, all right, cool. We are getting Millie and Twig hitched up, getting everything in the carts, and then saying goodbyes.
Excellent.
And getting a move on.
Millie and Twig are actually like, they seem well rested enough that they have no issue slipping into these raids. It's just like, all right, cart time. Real cart hours.
Good girls.
Yeah, I know Loka's ready to go.
Right. In that case, easy enough to get packed up, get ready to go. Wilmorn and Ophistine will wave you off, standing upon the porch.
I think actually Pashmina, before getting on the carts, runs up to them, gives them each a hug and a kiss, and actually gives Ophistine a little baggie of the stuff from her inventory. The stuff that she the rest of the stuff that she got from the heck. I want to say fair. That's not what it was. It wasn't a
Harvest
fair.
Festival?
Harvest Festival. There we go.
Like all the candy?
There was candy. There was a couple of toys.
Yeah, the like candy dagger.
Yes, and I
Toy
think a couple
sword.
of like the the stuff that that stuff.
Minor prizes.
Hmm.
Yeah, definitely we'll take them.
Says, please give those out as they could use some extra enrichment.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Oh, and don't worry too much if you see a few of them carrying around some of my dolls and things. If anything, don't be too precious about all of that stuff. They need it more than I do, or than any of us do. And they'll appreciate it.
Ophistine kind of like smiles and nods. And just, I'll put aside a couple things for memory's sake, but I can definitely distribute some of your older things. Yeah, they seem enthused. I can definitely work with that.
Hopefully we'll be back. Well, maybe not soon, not as soon as this time, but well, we'll be back.
Well, safe travels. Safety on the road, kiddo, all the usual.
Have you seen Zeal lately? Recently?
I think you will literally drop from the roof.
Oh.
Kind of overseeing. Hey,
Oh,
sorry. Don't worry about it. I was gets a side eye from Wilmorn, who has been trying to shoo people off of the roofs. Like, yeah, I'm a bad example. I'll work on it. Anyway.
The more things change.
Apparently. Yeah, I stay safe.
You too.
Stay safe, come back.
We will. Hey, don't... just... take it day by day while you're here,
Yeah.
Don't worry so much, don't...
I'd start keeping a journal.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah. Kind of doesn't seem like perturbed by the idea, but like almost like slightly distasteful, like writing about my feelings.
Well, it'll help cure some of the boredom, maybe, hopefully. I don't know.
We'll see. Don't step on your own tail, all right?
Somebody else will do it for me. Haziel?
Eat.
I love you, and we'll be back, okay?
All right.
A quick hug, and then scampers off towards the carts.
I think you go for a quick hug, and Zeal holds on a little longer than you do, and then lets you
Then
go.
she'd... Ah, okay. Oh. Alright, bye!
See ya! Wilmore and Zeal lock eyes for a second, just like, Zeal heads out. Out of eyesight. Got it. And Twig and Millie bring you off onto the roads to Zatvor.
As we leave, Loka does that, like, very Pokemon anime thing, where it's just like, bye, thanks for everything, bye!
It starts playing. I have the song. Wait, no, whatever.
Excellent.
No, it goes. And then the strings come and going. And then Butterfree turns around, everyone starts crying. It's great.
Part of me is very glad I don't remember this song so that I don't have to get emotional right now. Because I probably would.
Oh.
And you're off on the road. It's a roughly 5 days normal pace up to Zatvor, and then about 7, roughly a week from Zatvor to Salamir. You're going to be out on the road for a hot minute.
For a hot minute.
Starting with, what kind of pace we taking? We taking it easy? We taking it fast? We taking it slow? You can pick day by day, too.
If I may suggest, once we get out of Motla, we start taking it a bit more slow.
Yeah. So like somewhere between a normal and a fast pace, moving through Matla, and then kind of slowing back down to a...
Starting at, if you start at fast pace until you get to the edges of Matla, you're probably cut it down from like 5 to 3.5. You move relatively quickly. Sounds good to me.
Sounds good to me too.
Continue down the road. And as for today, let's check what the weather is like. All right. Tepid. Moderate. High of 45, low of 28. Colder than normal. Some light winds. Otherwise pretty clear. As you head on north. The roads are reasonably well prepared. They're not as nice as the roads between here and Tara, as that is a very regular trade route. It seems like there is, in fact, less trade between Motla and the Haraxan Coalition. And as such, the roads aren't quite as well maintained. A little harder to get a particular route up north, but Millie and Twig are happy to glomp through the mud and stones of the partially paved roads, but especially at this pace, the
bumpier ride.
Yeah. Although you won't be experiencing too many of that bumps until you get like out of Motla. Roads within Motla very much will. Anything you would like to do on today's travel? Is otherwise uneventful.
Possibly. So this is gonna be a weird question. Does Hasan have any what's the word? Have any recollection of what Tanya's sleeping habits were like? Was Tanya like a work long into the night, writing up acts and stuff like that?
Early bird.
Early.
up at dawn and ready to yell at her performers to also be up at dawn if necessary. Much to their chagrin for the folks who are more into partying later into the night before performances. I think she very much got into the habit when it's just like, all right, we got a morning show, or we need to be in the next town by the end of daybreak. She is here to crack the whip. So very much on the earlier side.
Okay.
So probably, I think from what you remember, and Peshmina can corroborate, she is a person who is like in bed shortly after nightfall most days, especially during performance season.
Heavily regimented
Yes.
regimented schedule.
But also a don't talk to me before I have my coffee kind of person. Caffeine powered.
Okay.
Or tea. I think it's a strong tea. Very specific strong tea.
Okay. In that case, I think some point during the day, Hasan will give a psychic message to Pashmina. So, remember how the previous day I had said I had never... that's the wrong phrasing. Remember how the previous day I said You remember the whole conversation we had about my newfound spellcasting ability to, invade upon others' dreams? You remember that conversation?
I sure do, and I'm still disturbed by it. What you got?
I figured I may be able to have another use to make it a bit more useful. I figured another use for it. You said, Tanya's messages were very out of character for her, correct?
She seemed to be choosing her wording very carefully. More so than usual. And, there seemed to be this feeling of stress, and then when, Astior, scried on her, she just seemed out of sorts. Nothing major, but it was still enough to be... It kind of raised some alarms in the back of my mind.
Okay, then. So, should I, perchance, if I hypothetically or visit her in her dreams, I could possibly get from her maybe a more clear question, or rather, I could send you if you would like, and you could get a clearer answer out of her.
Ooh. I think... I imagine Peshmina's, like, currently, like, quote-unquote driving the cart right now. And you can kind of, from the back, see her go through a few different emotions, kind of glance back at you briefly, keep her eyes on the road. For all of my hang-ups about it, that is a pretty good idea, actually. I don't know, would it be alright if I went? I don't know how it all works, but...
It would be no problem. I'll explain everything. Yes, we can just do it in the morning. Or we'll do it around nightfall, after we've stopped for the day.
I'll have to think of what I need to ask her. There's quite a lot to cover. Thank you for this opportunity, for offering. That's... I think she just kind of is now deep in thought about how she needs to... what she needs to talk to Tanya about.
You're very welcome. Take your time. Suppose we have multiple days at this point.
Oh, did I make all 3 potions? I think I made.
Yeah.
I did.
If you, I don't think you
Have I-
may if you have not, because you gave 1 to Zeron, 1 to Hason.
I got one.
Oh, 1 to Loka. Did
Mhm.
everyone else get one? I think Zeron got.
Yeah,
Zeron got-
Zeron got
Yes, I
one.
did get one.
Did Hason
Loka.
get one?
Okay.
I have not added one. Did I get one?
Then that was probably
Then-
the 3rd.
Okay, then if you don't have one, then you should have one.
Okay.
Then you can add one.
'Cause I've
sure.
had one from before, but Okay.
Zeron, how
I'll
are
just
you
add another.
passing the time in the first day of travel?
A lot of I Spy to their self.
Single player I Spy.
Pretty much. It's. I don't think they have a lot going on. I know that's like the dumbest thing to say, but I think they're just like, all right, time
Spy
myself
something
for
orange,
the first time that
a
I can
leaf.
see like something alive that is blue. Oh, a blue jay showed up immediately. Awesome. Next, something that is a type of plant that naturally has purple in it. It just keeps going from there.
About midway through this game,
Okay.
you feel a psychic link, and you hear, "Zeron, come in, Zeron. I've got a report for you. I've gotten your message, but felt the need to communicate directly. Can you hear me?"
Yes, I can.
Excellent. I'm communicating through sending, but I'm channeling it through Calandus so I can borrow some of his spell slots. So I should be able to sustain this for roughly 7 or 8 castings, I think, before we're both exhausted and need a nap.
Very well. Are you reporting back on what I asked yesterday?
Yes, very much so. I have done a scrying upon Lady Sibella Tenon, of House Tenon, as well as the famed witch Zafara Shade. So, here's what I... Message cut short. And then...
Please let me know.
Sorry about that. Alright. So, I did manage to scry on both of them, as usual. Zafara Shade's, both image and location were somewhat obscured. Sibella's were, partway between, Tanara and Central Matla. Most of the way to Central Matla, it seemed. And the other thing I could discern... Message cuts short.
See them, like, getting more and more annoyed on the cart.
From the scrying, was that the two were some distance apart. They seem to be traveling separately for the time being. Though I cannot discern Zafara's exact location, and I can't quite pin the temporal truth of Sibella's, whether that is a current location, past location, or future location. Though likely present or past.
Fascinating. Alright, is there anything else you can tell me from what you saw?
Not too much. One being that Sibella appears to be some kind of caster. I don't know if you were aware of that or not.
A caster? And I think they say this like, out loud.
What?
Yes, in possession of, I believe, a wand and an orb. And was doing some amount, traversing by broom, I think?
Like, are we talking
Yes!
about the same?
I can give a physical description and perfectly describes Sibella, visually, at least.
Sorry, you were saying something's wrong? Do we need to
Just like puts a finger up. I will explain this all in just a minute. Okay, she's casted now. Uses a broom for whatever God's known reason. Central Motla. Roughly. Is this correct?
Yes, present or past. She may have been there some time ago.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Let me know if you should need my services again. It is time for snacks and naps.
Have a good rest to the both of you.
Feel the psychic connection sever.
And they just sit back in the cart, just like hands in their face, and just groan.
Do I need to pull over? Are you having a heat stroke or something? It's actually
No.
freezing out. You should not be having a heat stroke.
No, what's the word I'm looking for? Exasperated. I wrote to Astior late last night.
Ah.
I wanted to confirm my suspicions of who has been trying to look in on me.
Okay.
And I'm still pretty sure it is her. So I asked Astior to scry in on the both of them, just to see if they were somehow had managed to find their way close. And the answer is they found themselves slightly close, I think. As, like before, he couldn't see the witch, Zafara Shade. Nothing about that, but he was able to look in on the other one. We do not know exactly where she is. It could be present or past, but somewhere central Matla.
Ooh. Are we past Central Motla by now, or have we...
Very much so.
Okay.
No, I say very much so. You're at a fast pace, about half a day's distance from Central.
Okay. Well, the good news is we didn't necessarily see her while we were lingering in Central Motla, so...
Which is nice. I also found out the fun thing. She can use magic now. Which is concerning.
What
Hmm.
kinds of magic?
Ugh. All I know is she uses a wand or an orb of some sorts and can fly on a broom. I know, novel. She can do that now. She can just do that.
Sounds like something out of a storybook.
That's what has me worried.
Me as well.
I mean,
That's what has me worried.
she's probably been spending so much time with Zafara that she's learning, picking things up, is being given some power. I don't know.
I don't think people get the good that quickly.
I'm
I just woke up from a nap. What are we talking about?
Side
Sabella.
You know what? Jason is an educated spellcaster. How long does it usually take to train a good spellcaster? Although, given the fact that
Good
Hason's been learning
spellcaster? I
since
mean,
he's been learning,
Oh.
Hason's been learning since he was a child.
yeah.
Of course.
I think, like, the younger you start, it's actually faster to pick it up. If, like, an adult was like, wow, I'm having a midlife crisis and want to become a wizard. Like, I don't know, a few months, probably. But that's, like, also going through all the proper channels. If you, think less, you know what, roll Arcana for me. Because I want to know.
Okay.
I want to know what level of details to go into here.
27.
Yeah, I kind of figured. Amount of training to become a competent spellcaster. Months to a year. To become like what I would consider like a level 1, level 2 classed spellcaster. Training to cast a spell, days or weeks. If your goal was just like, consider how diverse a portfolio a level 1 spellcaster has. Like, a few level 1 spells, several cantrips, etc. If you just wanted to teach someone, like, one spell, like, you could probably do that in a day. So, depending on how specific or general you're being, variable. There's also ways to mimic stuff like spellcasting by giving people powerful objects or magical items that imbue them with the ability to do spellcasting. See stuff
so
like
just
scrolls and rings and cloaks and etc. that like allow even
Rechargeable
non-casters.
fireball.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
So like, it depends on your definition. But you would suspect that Sibella is likely not a suddenly a seasoned spellcaster, minus the possibility of pact magic, wherein
Yeah.
if they are granted these abilities by another entity or another being, then there is a decent chance that they could then have that larger portfolio of spellcasting available to them sooner rather than whether or not a witch would be a suitable patron, hard to say. Like, also the word witch is not a proper term in the world of arcane study. So like exactly what kind of entity Zavara's Shade is nebulous.
yeah. So Aesop will just say, well, I suppose it's entirely possible that, well, even if it's just low-level spell casting, within the time since we've last seen her, it's possible with the right teacher, and she has Savara Shade, she could have learned something. Furthermore, if she has the necessary funds, which we're talking about a Thronian noble here. Former Thronian noble, who knows what kind of resources she still has access to. She seems to be fairly competent. Could obtain a certain number of magical items that would assist this. Rechargeable wands, orbs, that the like, the focuses imbued with spells.
The thing
And
is,
of course,
if that is the case, and it's possible, the witch isn't currently with her. She's on her own.
Ugh. Okay.
And I don't think she would want to travel on her own unless she was sure that she could protect herself. Granted, I didn't know any of this was a thing. That is why I'm worried that she made the same stupid decision I did months ago.
She's never shown any magical proclivity before now.
GM, I'm gonna assume that's just a fat no.
Yep, hard no.
Yeah, nope.
Completely mundane, no training of any kind. Purely 8 hit point noble.
No. None. Unless it was done in secret and I didn't know, but I highly doubt it.
Shrina shrugs. Only my abilities are limited, but I've had mine for as long as I can remember. Guess you never know what could be the case.
Have you considered writing her a letter?
Pashmina makes a very sour face.
Entirely serious here.
You want me to write to her?
What better way to find out than from the person's mouth? I was about to make a rather terrible decision in word use.
Because that's such a great idea. Oh, very sorry about having you kicked out of our city. Oopsie daisies, my bad. Just trying to defend myself. Otherwise, how are you? Are you anywhere close? I'm sorry. I'm being bitter. I'm sorry. I'm both worried for her, and I'm both worried about myself and us, and I don't know what to do. Shocking. I know I say that a lot nowadays.
I will simply say it. It is always an option given the free nature of Carthaxes. Communication is
Well,
but a
free-ish.
pen and paper away. Perhaps she'll lie. Perhaps she'll not write back at all.
I was gonna say if she even responds. I feel like I'm one of the last people she wants to talk to.
She wouldn't have come all this way if that were true.
I don't
If anything, you're the person she wants to talk to most in the world. Coming all this way.
I'll think on it. I wouldn't even know what to say to her.
I know what I'd
Please
say.
stop following me. I'll think on it. I don't promise I will, but I won't outright say no.
Very good.
Have you felt your amulet activate recently?
The last time I felt it was at the Rose Grove estate, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Last time I felt it go off was when we were still at your family's.
Oh, okay. Not that long ago.
No.
Oh god, please don't go to the estate. Please don't go to the estate. Okay.
Well, that I can do a letter. If you happen to see a lady that looks like this, please tell her that there are no more rooms available and to leave.
Oh,
I mean, if she's a spellcaster, I bet it's not a good idea to annoy her.
it shouldn't be an issue. Anyways, I don't suppose. It's not as though...
One spellcaster versus how many little monks in training?
Yeah, those little
Uh.
bastards hurt.
Regardless, I doubt she would even be hostile in the first place. It's just annoying. Invasive.
I know.
And of course, my parents have no reason to suspect anything weird, so...
I know. I'll think about writing to her. Or if I want to, figuring out what to write to her. And just kind of looks to Pashmina and just mouths sorry to her.
I think Pashmina just gives a very dismissive, like, wave of just like, do what you gotta do.
They look like they legitimately feel bad about this.
All right. Millie and Twig, oblivious of all of the all the activity behind them. Sorry, I
Whoop.
just yanked my headphone cable out of my microphone. Cat in my lap.
Oh, good.
Continue on for the rest of the day's travel. You're at the borders of Motlo and will make it out shortly. But as the sun dims, if you have any you would like to attend. Peshmina Hassan, I believe you have a scheme.
Yes, we do.
Whoa.
Yes, All right. I think during this night, Hisan will come to Pashmina and says, "So your body will go catatonic. So I will.
Oh.
I'll be here to watch over it. Just informing you of what will happen.
Cool.
Just be aware that you are capable when you go into this space of shaping it. I have not tried doing anything particularly horrific. Just be mindful that this is a dream that you can shape and you can do quite literally anything with. So just be mindful of what you start thinking about, what you start imagining, because it may very well just pop into existence.
Okay. We'll try to make this a hopefully somewhat pleasant dream then, as much as possible.
I mean, of course, it's rather you'll be going into a dream and then shaping it even sort of the sculpture is already there. You can remold it as you see fit, almost in a way.
I'm sure I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Shrugs.
By the way, are you ready then?
As I'll ever be.
Snap.
Slump.
I mean, technically, Hassan has been preparing the spell since it takes about a minute. So through this entire explanation, Hassan's been preparing the spell.
Jeez.
Yeah, and Pashmina, you feel yourself functionally instantaneously fall asleep. Zeron and Loka, you see as Pashmina just whoomp, fully passes out.
Okay.
Just a little sleepy.
Are you sure this is safe?
Oh yes, perfectly
Promise-
safe. I've done this already.
I know that. You're alive. You're okay. You look fine, at least.
Eyes already doing the dream twitches.
All right.
Pashmina,
Man.
you see Tanya with a small notebook and a quill, standing behind a very well-lit stage, atop which is a mannequin. A mannequin that is performing what is clearly a very rigorously scripted choreography, kind of going through the steps, and it's going through the steps once, and then it resets, and then it goes through the steps again, and it resets, and it goes through the steps again, and it resets, and Tanya's watching it and taking notes, and doing as such, you hear whispers, comments, little quiet remarks from where an audience should be in this space, but which is simply dark. There maybe are stands there. There maybe is the audience of some kind of tent. You can't really see around you to know what space this is beyond a stage and Tanya beside it, who looks somewhat stressed, is kind of taking performance and appears to be giving some silent direction to this mannequin that is performing the steps on stage over and over again.
I think Pashmina kind of tests exerting her will on the dream a little bit and kind of tries to make the comments coming from the not crowd sound very like positive and affirming.
Kind of like you hear the whispers turn a little bit as they go from like not even critical, but simply neutral, maybe even bored, to this more like, oh, that's an interesting execute. You hear the kind of very hushed tones of a critical, but now intoning more positive performance. You kind of see as like Tanya is listening and writing and looking at the performance, and you can see her shoulders filled with tension like start to relax somewhat.
Good. Seeing that seems to work, she'll actually kind of come out on like do like an entrance move on the opposite side of the stage and try to dance with the mannequin.
You do so, and as you do, you see Tanya like observe and kind of look look back at her notes and look back at the performance and just kind of go just kind of flips a page and starts writing, and like the resignment of like, oh good, improvisation, and like begins taking notes. The comments remain positive, quietly positive. You see as the mannequin goes through the motions again, adapts to your will as you run a short performance with it.
I think seeing that doesn't quite get through to her, we'll finally just do like a little like flourishing move with during this sort of pas de deux with this dream mannequin, create some like rousing cheers and finally just like close the curtains on them. Performance over.
Tanya kind of like walks backstage to meet you beside it, still kind of in relative darkness, though you see the area around you illuminate a little bit more brightly as given that you're here, Tanya begins to imagine kind of their traditional nomadic space. It looks like they're somewhere not quite in the Phasia, probably on the roads between Phasia and Dermund. As that space kind of fills out with you here, Tana just kind of goes, I beautifully done. It looks great. Good job. Also, we're going to be 30 seconds late for the next act, and we don't have a lot of time on this particular performance. That said, good job. The twins will handle it. It's not a big deal. Anything I can do with you? We've got a little bit of an intermission before next act. I've got a couple of notes for the new dancer. But they did pretty well, all things considered, I think.
Hey, what's all the rush about?
Well, I just want to make sure that everything's in order for the next performance. We got a consistent output, It's the same show, for sure, but it seems to work every time, and it's supporting us pretty well, so... I think it's good. We've tried to do some refinements. They haven't gotten great reception. Which is why, like I said, I appreciate your performance, but I think given that it may not be what they were expecting, we may review less well. It's not a big deal. Magistrate's kind of picky about these things, but that's, again, it'll be fine.
It will be fine. Hey, why don't you just relax for a moment? Everything's going great. Didn't you hear all the cheers?
Yeah, sure. All right. We'll take
Hey,
a
Tanya?
seat. Yeah.
I missed you.
She's gonna make a wisdom saving throw. Sure. I miss you too, Ashmina. It's It's been a while. What are you doing here?
I came to see you.
How?
Uh, I don't know if anything I could tell you would make any sense or make you believe me. So,
Wizard shit.
yeah, more or less.
Okay. Yeah, alright, that's fair enough. We've had our fair share of wizard shit lately, so that's fine.
I'm traveling with Hasan. You remember Hasan?
Yes, the little bard from the Phasia. Delightful, though long-winded.
Don't I know it?
Off schedule, but always delivered well. Yes, it's good to see you here, of all places. Yeah. She seems a little distracted now that she's aware that she's in a dream.
Sorry to, I know this is probably really weird. It's weird for me too.
A bit, certainly, but I mean, it's fine. Yes, we're all doing all right. Some of the folks have been sick for a bit. Casca and Marswith haven't been able to do quite as strong moves as they have been in the past.
Sick how?
Weak, just not feeling particularly good. Nothing like serious. They're not coughing. They're not. By all accounts, they're fine. We saw a couple different.
No changes in their, like, general pallor or.
Oh no, they're flush as the day is long. Even a little
No
pink
fevers,
sometimes.
no.
We thought
Okay.
there might be a fever. Checked for it. And
Mm.
they seem to be all right. Just, I think the locale's getting to them somewhat. We've been.
Oh.
We haven't
Yes, you
settled
went
down
up to
in a really long
Harax.
time.
I
Yeah,
told you not to come up to
I-
Harax.
I know, but you can't say we haven't been successful. We've been making money hand over fist.
Really?
Very much so. So we've got a regular show now. We've got a consistent gig with the inn, or rather the tavern. It's the Nimble Ox, deeply whatever. It's a good name, but they've got a decent stage. And the magistrate of the town of Zatvor really liked our show and knew winter was coming up, so offered us a repeat gig in town through the winters. And that's been quite good. Like I said, we've been making money hand over fist. Not a lot to spend it on, unfortunately, in a little town like Zatvor, but it's something that I think would. Well, frankly, we've already made enough to sustain ourselves through the winter, but there's some combination of. I'm loath to leave the income. It's so rare to get a residency.
I understand.
But also, whenever we mention it, the magistrate does not have. There is a scowl I find distressing. That I have a hard time confronting directly. And
No, but what
find
about the
myself
other half of the
convinced.
circuit?
Yes, but every time I try to bring it up, I find myself convinced to say that we'll stay for another week, and it's pass, and it happens again. I've asked Moswith to try a couple times. I've Roven has tried to bring it up, and every time we've agreed to another week.
I'm so surprised. You usually, I mean, you have such a willful personality. Not to be, that sounds so backhanded. That's
No. I completely agree. Is the problem? Like I every time I think about it, every time we're sat back in our little tent and back at the mill, and we're discussing how much we want to leave, and I get steamed up, and I march over there, and I drop it.
I think it's probably time to stop asking, is the thing. Tanya, do you know what's going on outside of Zapvor? Further into Harax?
Not particularly. It's a small town. We don't get... the tax man comes every once in a while, I'm so told, but we don't get a lot of visitors. Some pass through trading, mostly logging.
I really don't necessarily want to drop a bombshell on you while you're literally sleeping. But here. We're on our way to you, okay? That's... we're on our way, and, it's good to know that you're not in severe distress.
No, we're all right as far as I can.
Please let me know if Casca and Marswith show any signs of getting any sicker.
Will do. I really do think it's likely just fatigue.
Maybe, but still.
And I agree. It's worth keeping an eye on. Look forward to seeing you, finally.
Yeah, I didn't mean for it to take this long, but... there was...
So it goes.
If it wouldn't be too strange, tell the others I'm looking forward to seeing them too, and that I've missed them.
I mean, it'll be strange, but I'll do so regardless. Yes, Pashmina, known for being the normal one. Well, frankly, given our
put it like that.
band of troops, we're not exactly regular.
Nobody's the normal one.
Well, maybe Rovan. I don't think he would appreciate that.
Dependable. That's how I would describe Rovan.
Yes, dependable. You definitely don't cast him as the straight man in every sketch.
He's good at it.
I'm straight.
Oh, I don't want to leave, but I should. I should leave. I should let you get some real rest. Try and to kind of create some more peaceful vista for them.
I'll do my best.
Don't worry too much about this seeming catch of a gig. I promise you there's something there. It's too good to be true, right? And if it's too good to be true, then it can't.
Hoping that weren't the case.
Well, sweet dreams, I guess.
Sweeter now that you're in them, darling.
Aw.
Should work on your
reluctant
form.
to go, but it's a dream.
Until you've been out of practice for a while.
I know. I've
Good
been
practice.
dealing with other things.
No, it's not a priority, I'm sure.
I have so much to tell you. I have to go. Bye. Bye.
Goodbye. All of you, like, standing in a circle as Pashmina just, like, sits up.
Oh, that's weird. Okay.
So?
They're fine, actually. Well, sort of. Here's the thing. Apparently the magistrate of that town had offered them a kind of indefinite, permanent gig, like something like a residency, but that's not very common for a group like that. So they took a chance, but they keep getting persuaded to stay. But I think, I don't know, there's still something weird about it.
Do they wear masks?
Mask? No, why? Who would be
Is-
wearing masks?
I don't know.
Seems to be an efficient way of mind control.
Yeah, we found that out very recently.
That's just kind of gestures, like kind of almost like back towards the mountain, almost like that's a thing with the order. That's not just a. I don't think everybody does that. No, as far as I'm aware, this seems unrelated. It's just something weird about the town.
Okay, but hear me out. What if it was related?
I mean, do you have anything to substantiate that? Because I can't think
No.
of anything.
Just, you know, thinking.
Well, don't think too hard, I guess.
Oh, don't worry, I don't.
It's. I mean, maybe there's some similarity in that anytime Tanya or any of the other troop members go to talk to the magistrate, they find themselves just agreeing to stay for longer, but it doesn't sound like there's any sort of implement or. There may be magic. There's definitely something strange going on, but it's not as though they're getting, forcibly possessed.
Still sounds like their consent is being taken advantage of to me.
Yeah, it does. Also, Casca and Marswith have apparently been feeling under the weather. I'm concerned about that.
Oh yeah, that's... Oh no, that sounds terrible.
Tanya says that it's not serious, that it's probably just fatigue, but... Well...
Yeah. Yes, if it is Herax, it would not surprise me if it were something... If it were some form of necrosis, although I hope not.
She says that it's not as though they're suffering from the discoloration that the ichor causes or anything, but even still, maybe just being within a certain radius of, inner Herax, there might be a kind of... She kind of shudders. Miasma, a kind of... I don't know.
Well, if it's just some minor threatening, perhaps minor suggestion, nothing that's... I have many... I have developed tools against this. This should be easy. This will be fine.
I mean, hopefully all we need to do is, really actually... Yeah, escort. Get them the hells out of there.
Arrive there, escort them out, simply in and out one day. Not even.
I couldn't bring myself to tell Tanya about the threat of war or anything. Just because it felt too... It's strange, because it's, in the dream, it is like you're face-to-face, but everything's all... weird. And...
Dreamlike?
Yeah, there's really just no other way to explain it, huh?
A tiny bit of surrealness that infects everyone's mind.
It makes it feel a little less personal, even though you're just kind of right there, but I didn't want to, like you said about, thinking about terrible things, manifesting things. I didn't want to bring that onto her in the middle of the night.
When you say, it doesn't feel sort of real, like talking to them face to face. His son gets a face like, he has opinions about that. And he can get into that discussion. But he's choosing not to.
Okay, well, me next. Pashmina and you get to go visit people's dreams. I want to go visit someone's dream.
Oh, of course, name the person.
I didn't think about that.
Well, I want to get some real sleep now, because that was... if anything, I'm... She kind of rolls her shoulders.
I could send you to Gwenethar if you'd like. You could play with them a little bit. Oh, that'd be fun.
It's more fun to do that in person.
Yeah.
You could visit Finger Strisk.
They'd probably kill me. Oh, I know.
Mm-hmm.
Put me in Puppy's dream.
I was about to say, if it's not Puppy up.
Is Puppy asleep?
Oh, Puppy's for sure asleep.
Is
Oh,
Puppy
he's always
ever
half
awake?
Puppy has slept through this entire conversation.
Yes, I will just say, be my guest. Just have him lie down right there, nice and comfy. You'll share a little dream with Puppy tonight. How about?
Yay!
And his mom's gonna cast Dream on
My
Luca.
best friend.
Look, I'm gonna ask you to make a wisdom saving throw.
God, yes. Oh, I love you. +2 to that? Okay. Oh. 7.
7. You find yourself in the widest, emptiest gray void you can imagine. And so oppressive is this emptiness that you can feel the lack of thought from Puppy beginning to seep into your mind every second you remain in this space.
Is Puppy
It's kind of comfortably fuzzy. No. There is no manifestation of Puppy in this space. Only emptiness.
Oh my god. I mean, this is just perfect. I think he still has to try though, right? So he's just gonna be like,
Puppy? Hello?
You hear emanating from everywhere around you a deep, resonant growl.
What?
My bestest friend, hello?
The echo of the growl fades, and you are met with the most silence you have ever experienced.
What? This is horrifying.
Sensory, just on sensory deprivation.
I think logically, this would terrify Loka.
This is not a
But
rational space.
But I don't want to be afraid of Puppy. So
I am afraid of Fluffy.
Everybody was saying that you can like craft your own stuff.
Yeah.
So Loka is gonna try and create like he just wants to start with like a lake surrounded by grass.
It appears kind of in the void. You can feel your feet touch down on said grass as the space begins to further material.
And then I want to like move the water in such a way where now like there's a river going through, and then he wants to just start putting sticks and branches and build a dam.
Yeah, I think as you do that, you see a disturbance in the water, and Puppy's little head pops up out of the river, climbs up onto the shore.
Hi, puppy.
Aw.
You're dreaming right now. Do you know what that means?
Stares at you with a blank expression.
Okay.
Loka's gonna pick him up and hug him.
Curls up
Mostly
against
just-
you back.
Yeah, mostly just because like what the fuck just happened. And then it's gonna set him back down. And then it's gonna be like,
I created this little space for you to just kind of play in. I made a little dam. I could unmake it so that you can remake it if you want.
Seems happy with the dam. Actually, like, goes back into the river and just climbing around on it.
I think the last thing that Loka wants to do is say, well, the last thing that he wants, I think I want to like create, because part of me still feels like there's just like this, like everything is still empty. You know what I mean? Like,
There's certainly still an emptiness around you.
yeah. And so I kind of want to like fill that space with just like woodland and sunlight.
Yeah. I think you spend some time, like, yeah, shaping this to be a pleasant, comforting space.
Yeah. And then before I leave, I just want to be like,
I hope you have this dream every time you go to sleep.
Puppy just kind of, like, rolls around on the... seemingly
And then
pleased with the environment.
and then I think Loco's just gonna tap out.
Once again, you sit straight stock up from having been limp.
I'm guessing at this point, I mean, Hey Sutton's been watching over Loka. Has everyone else been?
No.
Okay.
At least Zoran hasn't. I don't know about Pashmina, but Zoran has not.
Alright.
Oh, Pashmina's corralling the cat, it sounds like.
Yes. Come on.
Alright. So I guess Hey-san will just say, so, how was it?
You just see Loka's eyes are wide. And he's just like,
It was so empty.
That makes sense. I've tried talking to him, actually. Not much for words, that one.
No, but I don't know. I'm thinking about it.
I think Loca's just gonna like cuddle up next to Puppy.
Fuck, you're gonna make Heisan learn Awaken and cast Awaken on Puppy so they now have thoughts.
Yeah.
Heisan, and now Heisan's a little sad. Actually, like, did I make a mistake doing this?
No. It was good to find out. It's just sad.
Okay.
Doesn't mean I love him any less. In fact, I think I love him more.
Well, that is good. I'm happy you are closer with Puppy now.
Okay, Puppy, let's find a fire and fall asleep.
Okay, thank God I am out of this conversation. I want out of this conversation. And Heisan just sort of, when he thinks Loka is, well, by himself, will go to sleep and not feeling particularly great, but yes, he'll go to sleep.
All right. The night passes uneventfully. As the sun rises in the morning once again, hey son, feel a soft beak pulling at some of your feathers.
He'll just kind of swat at Free, which I think he's done before. Just go.
Three definitely
it?
dodges
Stop.
and pecks you again.
Stop. Stop getting up, Jesus Christ. Cast Speak with Animals. What is it, Free?
Message!
Message. Okay.
You see that he's got a small scroll tied around one of his legs and is clutching a glass orb.
Okay.
Heisan will take the glass orb and then unravel the message and read it.
The message says, from the Archive Judicial Committee, break orb upon first convenience.
Heisan will like, I'm going to need preparation for this. And is going to like get up and just start, I think, doing like a little morning routine, trying to get himself a little bit proper. I don't know if everyone else is up yet. Well, everyone else probably doesn't have a bird to wake them up, I'm guessing.
Zeron is presumably
Other than
still
you?
awake.
Zorana's up and probably is missing a few, like, fur on their tail from being also probably pecked at by 3. But they are very much awake.
Hello.
And a good morning to you, too.
Good morning.
Are you alright?
Would you happen to, know how to... oh wait, I can do this myself. Heisan will just like cast prestidigitation, clean himself up a bit. This may be a bit to ask. Would you mind perhaps help me ruffle my feathers slightly so that they're not all over the place?
They finally look up from their journal and just kind of like brows furrowed. May I ask why?
I have gotten a missive
I am to break this orb as soon as possible. And I'm not quite sure what the effects will be. I will just like to wait. Look,
Huh.
figured it might be a good idea. Don't know what it's going to do.
Very well. Shuts the journal, like places it into their pouch. Alright, stand up, come here.
Right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Of course. And they are going to begin pretty much pampering Hasan into looking like a proper little bird.
Absolutely.
Plucks out any feathers that are like missing a little too many bristles. It's like, this is gonna hurt. Pop!
Like plucking.
Yeah.
But like.
Yeah, pretty much.
Actually.
Get pruned.
That one was bent. I don't know what you want me to do about it.
I don't know. Give me some forewarning.
Alright, watch this. 3, 2, pop.
I think a couple of those in, the patroness sits up and is just like, what are you squawking about, Hasan? Oh, see, it's like, interrupting some bonding, I see?
That's what they call it nowadays, yes.
I am not one for making myself presentable. Zoran knows how
I
to
don't
make
know.
people presentable. This isn't even a quid pro quo. I'm just asking them a favor.
I see. Why do you need to be presentable, considering we have days and days on the road ahead of us?
Complicated business.
Do we all need to be? I think she kind of sits up and.
I am going to remove myself. I will tell you if you need to be.
She kind of makes a face like she's not really satisfied with that.
I could throw you in our lantern, you know. Just make myself scarce inside.
I would not feel comfortable being in that spot.
Very well.
You sure you want to be alone?
I mean, you wouldn't be alone. I would be in there, but...
Yes, but I don't know how long Loka is going to remain asleep.
I'm not asleep. I just didn't want to comment because I know what's about to happen, I think, and I'm upset about it.
Oh, why are you upset?
Oh, why would you think I'd be upset, Saran? Because they're gonna be here and they're gonna suck! Stupid man.
Alright. My bad for asking.
Yeah, it was your bad!
Right, no need to be rude now.
I don't even know what this thing is going to do. I am just going to step away and use it, and then whatever happens, you can be a short distance away. I'll just be up there, like a couple 100 feet or so out.
Okay.
You can move. I've seen you move faster. And Hasan will just move out a bit into, I guess, into a clearing and crush the orb. I'm gonna make a strength check. Ooh, nat 20.
Hey.
So that beats the 10.
Easy. Yeah, so you crush the orb, and immediately there is a burst of wind from around it. Kind of spirals around you. All of you back at the camp see the trees and leaves immediately like rustling and swaying, as it's otherwise a very much not windy day. You hear some amount of kind of panicked, almost more surprised bird speak, not from Hasan, as there appears to be some kind of like and then a young adult actually looking very similar to Heisan,
Oh my god.
bird folk with
Toshi!
just an absolute scattering. You know those like leather straps you use to carry books? Just like covered in those. Has like probably a dozen different like tomes strapped to his back. As well as several scrolls hanging around a belt at his waist, is actively holding a quill and now a journal that looks positively ruffled. Just like, okay, hello, hi, ooh, okay.
You bastard! I'm gonna have some words with you!
I think Heisan has been quite literally knocked to the ground, prone by the impact of the wind.
Toshi, like, looks at you, and, like, you can see that he is resisting an impulse to move towards you, and it's just like, okay, so, business first. All right, here we go. So, as you may know, there's a participant of the judicial community here to oversee your personal well-being and otherwise evaluate your performance and stability as a member. Shut up!
Heisan hugs Toshi.
No, stop! Get on! Stop! I need to get through this first. Stop. I know. 2 steps back. 2 steps back.
Nobody wants to listen to you, because you're gonna listen to us!
Well, shut up or I will kill you.
I think Pashmina I think she knows Heisan well enough at this point and can kind of see the similarities and has heard enough. Just like shoves Loka back. It's just like, shh, it's not what you think. It's not what you think. Shut up.
All right, two steps back. 2 steps back. Okay.
I'm stepping back.
All right, I'm gonna restart. So, as you know, as part of the Archive's Judicial Committee, you are being sent an auditor in order to evaluate your performance and mental well-being and psychological ability to continue as an agent of the Archive in the public without giving undue risk to the Archive, its contents, or members. Thusly, I am here as a person intimately familiar with your active performance to be able to evaluate your well-being, stability, and ability to continue as said agent. Thusly, I will be here for the next amount of time, not exceeding a month, but not limited to, not exceeding but not limited to, depending on constituent circumstances, a month, and not as fewer than 7 days to be able to observe and evaluate your performance and return with my findings to the Archive. Good. Okay. Hug. Come in. In.
Son hugs Toshi.
Hugs you back. Will like just drop the journal and tries very hard not to poke you with his quill.
I think you hear like an audible like, oh, like from a little bit away.
long hug before taking a step back, and it's just like, I know, I meant what I said. Mark my words. I am here to evaluate you for no other. I'm here for another reason. I will not present a biased opinion of your actions or words or deeds. I am here for my familiarity and will not have my academic integrity compromised by our familial relationship.
We've had conversations about this. You know that is inherently impossible given one's
If I
mind.
say it, it's true. If I say it, it's true for the time being until proven otherwise in an independent court.
Do I have papers to sign or something?
Not yet. That comes later.
Okay. I'm gonna
Okay.
hug you again. Sorry, I'm hugging you again.
Looks a little uncomfortable at second hug. Just like,
Okay, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
It's Heisan's brother.
Oh, that's Toshi! Hi, Toshi! I'm sorry I called you a bastard and a son of a bitch simultaneously. I didn't mean any of that.
if it's true about me, it's also true about Heisan, so it's fine.
Okay, sorry, then I can't unrescind it then. You are a bastard and a son of a bitch because Heisan is both of those things. Sorry, Heisan.
I
This is
hate you,
true.
Loka.
I thought that would be
We
more
love
effective.
you
It was
too,
not.
dearest.
All right, the other constituents. Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, come back, come. Pashmina's
Are you
like
going to
waving them.
introduce us?
I would prefer to
Oh.
be an external, uninvolved observer.
No. If you're going to be
Well-
traveling with us for some time, I do need an introduction.
I promise I have my own rations. I can be fully independent.
Oh my god, he's gonna cook for us too!
It produces a, like, birdseed equivalent to hardtack. Just a
Oh my
rock
God, it
solid
literally
bar
is a
of
No,
seed.
no.
Taste on.
You. None of that. You come over here. You.
You can try resisting them. It's not going to.
I suppose if my integrity is already compromised, there's no other way around it. All right.
Oh boy.
Yay!
Oh boy, this is going to be so much fun, isn't it?
By
I
fun,
think
we
Preston
mean
is actually just
informative.
genuinely glad.
Yes. All right,
So,
onward. You might
Yes,
introduce
so you're-
me to your
companions.
cohorts. The word I'm looking for.
Best friends?
So,
Okay,
Sources-
Hey, don't
Shut up,
you?
Pentagon.
Don't you? Don't you?
Abettors. Abettors is the word I was looking for.
peers. No, I wouldn't say better.
Abettor. As in, like,
No.
aiding and abetting.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, they don't do it as much as I would like, but they do,
Well, that's good to hear.
yes.
Starts scratching notes. Notably, much like Hasan, you can tell that all of Toshi's quills are made with his own feathers.
Cute.
And so, yes, so, please, like, sit down, please. Yes, I suppose I should formally introduce them. The Locath is Loka. I mean, you have to write that down in Aquan. It's
I've got
spelled
it.
this way.
No,
Don't-
I've got
yeah,
it.
okay.
No,
Okay.
you don't got it. You think you got it, but you don't got it. It's okay.
I won't attempt to pronounce it, but I am required to record it in its native tongue if possible.
Okay, well that's not my actual name.
This is.
Are
There's
you
something
willing
that
to
I'm-
provide your factual name for the record?
You know actually how to speak and write Aquan?
we all do
Right,
it.
yes, speak, no.
Then I probably shouldn't, because if you try to repronounce it, it's gonna make my ears bleed.
I don't intend to repronounce it. Just write it.
Hey, son, have you already sent my name to the archive? Do they already know who I am?
No.
Okay, no, you don't get it. Sorry, Toshi.
Refuses to give name. Got it.
Yeah, the greatest pirate that the world's ever known, probably.
Implicit admission of guilt.
What am I guilty of? I didn't say anything.
No comment. Anyway, next one.
This is both formal and informal. It's complicated. Zoran the Extravagant is what you should put down.
Zoran the Extravagant.
Although you
Is
may
that a descriptor or part of the title?
part of the title. I'm fairly certain it's self-prescribed.
Whichever
Oh.
fits your fancy, my dear.
Would you
A
mind
pleasure to meet you,
clarifying whether or
finally.
not it's self-described? Has this title been
No.
bestowed upon you? Refuse to
Suppose.
comment. Got it. Okay.
I mean, he sounds like
Whatever
so,
fits the narrative better.
I promise I am an impartial observer. I'm just here to record. I'm not here to give commentary or additional unwarranted context of my own on the topic, regardless of my relationship. I'm working on it.
Okay. Yes. Furthermore, I suppose there are other things I need to record about. Formerly known as a Prince Erasmus. Right, just write down. Prince Erasmus.
Got it.
Oh.
I would rather you not.
Would you like me
It's
to
too
redact
late.
that?
Anytime they write anything down, it's already too late. It's been recorded and
I'm willing to accept redactions. It's part of it. You are not the focus of the study, and as such, as an external influence, I'm more than willing to make record of your redaction if you are interested to do so. Would you like to?
Can you tell your
Please,
fucking
okay.
brother to do the same thing?
Redacted wanting to be called Prince Erasmus. Crosses it out. All right.
Jeez, oh god.
And of course, a tiefling. That would be Pashmina Rosegrove, Motlin descent of the Rosegrove family.
Excellent. All right.
minor noble.
Peshmina Rosegrove of Matla. Got it.
And yes,
Well, it's nice to
so-
indirectly meet you all. My name is Toshi.
Indirectly.
Indirectly, you're literally right here.
I like I said, I request that you ignore me for all intents and purposes.
We're not gonna do that.
Meanwhile, Peshmina with like her chin on her like hands, just like giddily like watching both him, Aeson and Toshi. Just like yes, ignoring. We will definitely be ignoring. Hi, I've heard so much about you. I'm so glad that you came and not someone else.
I think that's fair, though. I was selected. Well, I say selected. I was voluntold by a mutual friend ish. Jorah was defending Hassan's thesis in our judiciary community as part of basically all but said I was the person who should evaluate Hassan's psychological well-being because I am the most intimately familiar with Hassan and thus should be able to evaluate his academic corruption or lack thereof most acutely.
Wow, Jorah coming to my defense. That's a first.
Yeah, I was also surprised. But, you know, now I'm here. So,
I'm happy you're here.
I have yet to decide. I'm happy I'm around you. I like the cool, controlled humidity of the archives.
Oh, yeah, it's a bit chilly here. Do you have appropriate,
I have been requisitioned with appropriate survival gear. He kind of like pulls out a kind of largish leather satchel and starts going through it, and you can see what is like painfully outdated, clearly poorly maintained, barely worn, like climbing equipment. And like a canvas tent that has clearly been like eaten through in a couple different places. Like,
oh no.
This definitely was survival equipment that someone used probably 40 years ago.
Well, the good news is you won't be needing any of that because we have plenty. So
I'm required to return it.
well, of course, but
Everything
in the
has like a
meantime-
little tag on it for exactly where it's supposed to go when it comes back to the archive.
Wait, we were supposed to return on that gear.
Yes.
No one told me that.
Well, it's on loan.
I lost.
I guess
mine.
yours was a special case. I don't know if it was. I think you might have technically gotten retired gear, but that had not been extracted from
Okay.
its position due to we don't go down there very often. So like,
Yeah. Yes. Oh, good.
I have a
Good that
suspicion
had-
mine was as well, honestly. But
Yeah.
hard
It
to
looks
say.
terrible. Sorry.
I mean, it looks fine to me.
it won't be fine when you're trying to set it up and suddenly you have a bunch of bugs and chill in your
Oh,
tent.
you have to set it up?
Oh my god, it's okay. It's a
Yes.
good thing you're
I
you're definitely camping with us.
I can provide better shelter. Like you will need better shelter if you need to do your job.
I would prefer if one of your companions set it up for me as to not influence any of my decision
Oh
making.
my god, I am just setting up a. It would just be setting up a tent, Toshi. It's trying to.
I'll do it.
I was
I'll
told to
do
be
it.
hot.
It's
Wouldn't us setting it up affect your impartiality towards us, though?
Well, my partiality towards you is not of concern of the council.
Oh my god, like.
Oh, okay. Well then,
No,
let me do you a
Hassan, I
favor.
understand. I get it, Hassan, but I need to. If I don't do this, what do we have if not decorum, Hassan?
I don't know, siblinghood. I don't know, but perhaps just
We can have both.
fine. You can let one of them set it up.
Yes,
you.
this
I'll
feels
do
like
it. I'll do it.
decorum.
I'll do it.
Incorrigible.
Okay. Everyone calm down. How about some breakfast? Yes?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Understandable.
That sounds
Pulls out and
wonderful.
begins gnawing on the corner of like
Would
conglomerated
you like
nut bars.
something a little more substantial?
No,
Don't wanna borrow that.
I've been told this will be quite sustaining.
Okay, but we can do a little better than sustaining, don't you think? Would you like some coffee? And maybe
Eyes go
some...
wide. Yes.
Okay. Alright, cool. No, the
Greatly
way to
appreciated.
Toshi's heart is through his stomach. So,
Does continue gnawing.
fresh food, fresh breakfast.
By the time you get him coffee and or food, he has made like a half a centimeter dent in the solid surface of this conglomerated nut cube.
There's like a word. What is it called?
Hardtack?
No. It's specifically like bird food. It's suet.
Suet, yeah. No,
It's literally
absolutely.
suet.
It looks identical except like worse.
God.
I think just seeing that, like, Zoran knows. So they pull out one of their rations from their bag and, like, sets it down. It's like, oh, I should help get food prepared. And, like, purposely leaves it out by Toshi. Just to see if they're gonna go for it.
They have the discipline to not take it, but they are just like eyeing it hungrily the entire time while gnawing at this rectangle.
After like 5 minutes of watching Toshi just stare at it, they just call out, just like, you can have it, you know. I plenty.
Looks at you. Looks at the ration. Looks at you. Looks at the ration. Like almost
It's just
as
common courtesy.
almost
It's
as
just-
if it is a snake. Like slowly reaches a little hand out and then like touch. Slow grab.
Not going to bite you.
I wish I could say the same. And just like chows down into this ration.
You're welcome.
Oh, decorum. Yes, decorum.
Shut up.
What are
Thank
we-
you.
I think we're gonna have so much decorum where it's gonna be coming out of our eyeballs.
You don't know what that means.
What do you mean I don't know what that means? Of course I know what decorum means.
Define it.
Furniture!
I'm loving this attempt. Truly. Very nice.
Toshi is madly scribbling.
Think we'll all be ready to keep moving on in the next little bit here.
Yes.
yes.
Sorry, brief questions. Where are we?
Oh,
Just outside of Matla?
Outside, cardinal direction?
I have a map. I can mark it for you.
Oh, excellent.
We are approximately, a couple miles northward of here.
Oh. Got it. Okay, thanks.
I can also trace out trail. We'll trace out the current direction that they are going. We've been making a brief stop here.
For sure.
Brief north, and then north to here. There is supposedly a library
Mhm.
here, similar to the one previously reported that I do intend.
Oh, you're going to a library?
Sort of. Supposedly a library respiratory. You remember the whole spire deal with the whole dragon egg that I.
Oh,
may or may
yes.
Same group of dragons supposedly constructed these a long time ago.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah.
When you say dragons, I know we talked about this at length, but for the record, is that metaphorical?
No. That is quite literal.
Very
These are-
literal.
Yes, I have read some of their work.
Okay. Thinks books are written by dragons.
Just so you know, and I don't mean to throw you under the bus, Pashmina, but I think this should be well known. Pashmina's really well known for ripping pages out of books.
Oh,
So I would be
Pashmina
really
fucking punches you as hard as she can in the shoulder.
Go ahead and roll me an attack roll.
she fucking hits you. Like, where's my unarmed strike?
I do want to see your attack roll.
16 plus 7.
That hits.
23
hit on the die.
will hit.
Use your martial arts die. How much
10 damage.
10 damage?
Fucking gut punch. Holy shit. It's almost a whole digit % of Loka's health.
It is!
Oh, a whole 10 digit.
I'm so tired of everyone bringing up the damn book!
Look!
It's to save Zeal!
There's yeah. Former member of a doomsday cult. Oh, you should have seen the botanical.
Like a real doomsday cult?
Real doomsday cult, ancient one.
Do you think they had a shot? Like doomsday cult, as in like they were going to end the world, or doomsday cult is like, oh, the world is ending.
Oh no! I'm talking like force. Well.
Meanwhile, Luke is like
they were
rocking
like
on
a
the
forcing in the end, kind of. They were kind of a forcing in the end, kind of.
That's wild.
Sect.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
no, I'll write that down. Are they always this violent?
No. Oh. No. Yes.
I think
No.
Toshi asks that, and Pashmina's just like glaring.
Oh!
Violent
Why did you
over
hit me
minor
so hard,
grievances.
Patsy?
Stop bringing up the book!
You're the
Stop
one
it.
who ripped it out!
To save my brother!
You still defiled it!
I'm gonna defy you!
No!
All right, children, settle down now.
The next person who brings up the book is... Believe you me. I will not hold back.
Listen, if anything, I've never brought it up.
Wrong. Factually wrong.
That is
To my
incorrect,
knowledge,
Saran.
recently, I've never brought it up.
What do we consider recent?
So yeah, I've been dealing with this for about the past year.
I can see how this would drive anyone mad. That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, I have developed. Taps his head. I have ways. I have developed countermeasures.
I may break oath to ask for some tips later if it...
Of course.
Well,
But
I'm
wow.
so glad we're all going to get along swimmingly here.
Oh,
We're the best of friends, as you can all see.
but yes.
One big happy family.
So happy, just like the pain in my stomach.
Mhm.
Pashmina, I think she's gonna punch you again, but she's gonna do Hand of Healing.
She'll only
Loka,
take 1 damage instead of 4.
Loka is going to exaggeratedly fly backwards.
How much healing do you do?
I'm getting ready to roll it. I need to remember what it is because... Oh shit, where is it?
It's 1d8 plus 2.
I don't...
If you do a full d8's worth, I'll be...
You get 4.
Oh, okay. Well, that's better than nothing.
You put a band-aid on it.
Only missing
Smack
6 HP
Band-Aid.
now. It's fine.
Yes, it's... Flap.
Slap that.
It's healed.
It's healed. Did we intend to be moving today? Or
Oh,
sorry,
yes.
did you? I don't mean to include myself in your group. Did you?
Packing
intend to
up
be
now.
moving?
We're packing up now.
Naturally,
All right.
We have Fennec Fox's wagon. You may sit in the wagon as you please. I would suggest doing as such, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can tell visually as you all begin like packing up to move. Mechanically, Toshi is encumbered by the things that he is currently holding.
Jeez.
I can help with that if you want me to.
Do you have anywhere I could put the survival supplies at least?
Yes. Put it in.
All in the cart.
Under the card. Tosses it on. no longer encumbered. Still has lots of books. Is very much at the limit via the books. No longer moving at like half speed.
What kind of books did he bring?
A wide variety. Hard to say necessarily. They all look like tomes. There's nothing thin. If you had to guess, it'd probably be like reference books that are in the boring part of the library.
General encyclopedias.
If you'd like to make a determination, I'd say roll investigation for me.
Oh, I would love to rifle through Toshi's things without his knowledge.
Just
or
for
consent.
observation.
Sure, just for observation.
Well, I mean, if you'd like to take the books, you can roll sleight of hand.
I'm gonna roll sleight of hand, yeah.
All right. You're looking for a DC 5.
I almost didn't beat that. I got a 7.
You grab a book, and Toshi does not notice.
Heisan did not notice.
Loka is going to start reading it.
Yep. Can you read Orin?
Do you know? Do you know
Or Primordial, rather.
Aquan is a primordial language, right?
It is a primordial language, yes.
It is a dialect of it.
So you can read I'd say like probably about 50-50.
Okay.
It's hard to get a lot of the context, and 50-50 is pretty rough when it is in legalese. This is clearly like regional case law of Rackentha sorted by region and history.
Oh.
Trying to determine per era what actions may be legal or illegal, and when, and under what judicial circumstances.
Is there anything in there about piracy?
In the book total, or the section you are reading right now?
The section that I'm reading.
Just roll a flat d20 for luck.
16?
16. It's about theft. There is some things about theft currently, describing the various punishments over the course of time. You're currently in the section for Brodor in particular, and you're looking at like, all right, theft in general, punishable by starting off with just like community service, jail time. There's a hard change in regime at some point, and they talk about like justiciars and cutting off fingers and hands, and then like depending on specific like time frames or amounts of theft, potentially hanging or beheading, and then you're like change of regime all the way back to like community service, and repayment and resettlement, and it looks like they're getting a lot more deeper into like finance and such. So hard to say. Organized crime, definitely theft on different scales. It serves higher punishments generally. There's nothing about piracy in particular, as the coasts are uninhabitable. But there is just like, just general theft.
Loka is gonna make it very obvious that he is putting this back into the stack, and then say, "Do you have anything that's like actually interesting to read, or is it all just kind of this?"
Sorry? Oh, snatches the book back, buckles it back into the thing. Don't. These are sensitive documents.
That was about theft.
Yeah.
I don't think that's that
sensitive documents.
Do you have anything that's
I'm not at liberty to discuss the contents of tomes that may or may not be on my person.
If you're suddenly interested in some interesting reading, I think Zaron still got some books that we got back in Elthral.
Yeah, but I don't care what Zaron has. I'm interested in what Toshi has.
Well, I don't care about what you have. How does that make you feel?
It doesn't make me feel anything. I have a new person.
Like you.
I have a new person to snoop about around.
Fine, I don't care anymore.
If you snoop around too much, maybe I'll snoop around in your dreams, Loka.
Hey, son, how does it feel to get eaten by a shark? Do you know how it feels when your bones snap because of its jaws? You want to enter my dreams? You're gonna have a bad time, Hey-san.
Just leave my brother alone.
I'm leaving him alone. I'm just.
Toshi is recording this entire conversation.
I'm leaving him alone.
Threatening.
I just want to know what he has.
You can sit up front if you want some distance from Loka, Toshi.
I think that would be in the best interest of my physical well-being.
What? I'm not gonna hurt you.
That
Denies
is probably some of the most
allegations
threatening words you could have
despite
said, I'm going to
threats.
be honest.
Well, I didn't threaten you, Toshi. I threatened Hey-san in my dream.
Just ignore him. Just ignore him, Toshi.
That's what everybody else does.
Blames violence on. Interesting.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Alright.
Well, if Toshi goes to the front, that means I can read through these books some more.
I'm watching.
Go ahead and watch, Hey-san. You've always been watching, and I still act in defiance of you and your god.
I don't have. Heisan is going to psychically message everyone but Toshi. As though my brother they may be, I would like to remind you all. No talking about what you know about the archive and their spying. You can know what the archive is, you just can't know that they're spying on everyone. And Loka, what we discussed, you cannot talk about.
What did we discuss?
Everything about the god, the storm god, and shit like that.
Oh, I forgot all about that. I'm gonna be really honest.
Oh.
I just said it because I was upset, and it felt right.
Oh. Okay. Surprise, Toshi.
Oh, if
Fox
everyone's on
is
the
very
card,
well taken
Fishman
care of.
gets. Oh, thank you. I try my best. We
Good.
do what we can with what we've got here on the road.
Sense to
Isn't
me.
that right, ladies?
They rumble. All right. To your next destination, to a library. They said the things you were doing were dangerous. You're going to a library. That sounds great.
Well, not going yet. First, we need to make a stop in Zatlor.
All right, that's fine. You know, resupply and then heading to libraries.
I doubt. Well, I guess it depends on how long you decide to stay.
Well, minimum 7 days. Maximum a month. With some wiggle room if I'm told to stay longer or if extenuating circumstances prevent me from returning. We'll see.
What will you do if things do happen to get... I mean, so we're not planning on getting into any scuffles, but heading up towards Harax, I mean, how aware are you of the situation happening there?
Vaguely, I am understood that there has been some amount of conflict in the region over the past century. So I would suspect some lingering unrest.
Oh, God.
Long story short, they're threatening war on Matla.
Oh! Well, good thing we're leaving Matla.
Yes.
But heading towards Harax, who is the one threatening war upon Matla.
Right, but like, they wouldn't do anything to their own towns, right?
Oh, certainly not. Yeah, we're definitely gonna be safe. Nothing to worry about.
Anyway, in the case of conflict, I am upholding my own personal code of combat conduct, which has been instructed to me by our local beastmasters. That being, and he pulls out a short scroll and reads it very directly. You are a prey animal. Run and hide. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah. I
Prey animal. Good. All right. Seems like you're ready as can be.
Yes. Please, again, pretend I'm not here.
No, thank you.
I think occasionally Hassan, as they ride, will just like look, see that Toshi is up there, look back, smile a little bit, and just like look back every once in a while.
Toshi is, as soon as you all are like moving, is just doe-eyed at the surroundings, like new geography, interesting personal things, the wind through his feathers. Like, he's doing his best, which is very poorly, to hide how enthused he is to be out on an adventure, but is also like very trying to be as prim and proper as possible.
Hassan will lean out and say, I can tell you a little bit about this area if you would like.
Yes, any contextual information would be deeply valuable. Thank you.
Yes. And you'll start going through like bits of Haraxan history. Like, I'm gonna make a quick history check for Hassan.
Yeah, go for it.
If you don't. Fuck. 15. Which
I mean,
I'm
still
guessing
reasonable. You get like what everyone else knows and or thinks.
Yeah, and it's just gonna go over context. So, like, I guess surface level context, like context and geography,
Yeah.
and history and that kind of shit.
Involvement in the Deafening War, kind of in older history, and then since then, kind of its position politically within the region, as it relates to Brodor and Malt Central. Still uninhabited lands.
Yes, of course.
Speaking of which, as you travel today, again at fast pace, I assume, once you're out of Matla and then kind of into...
Well, I think we said once we got out of Matla, we were going to slow down.
Gotcha.
A bit,
So fast pace for the first part of today, and then once you're out of Matla, moving a lot quicker, or moving less quick. You can actually tell foliage and wildlife thin out pretty significantly as you move north from Matla, kind of moving between Brodor and Herax, the area where the majority of the Deafening War took place, which was...
I was gonna say, it's basically a no man's land.
Yeah,
except
it's largely unsettled. There's certainly some wildlife, and like there are broader fields. There's actually a non-zero amount of wildflowers starting to grow, kind of like general wildflower fields. You see the occasional like small herd of like ox or bison in the area, kind of like reclaiming their old stomping grounds. But those things are few and far between. This is very, very much far from the lush woods and pathways of Matla. You can also tell that kind of the moisture level in the area increasing the closer you get to Herax, and can kind of feel the humidity, muddiness of the roads increasing as you continue the road on the way.
Are we gonna have to like modify the wagon wheels so they don't get stuck or something?
You may if you'd like to. It's something you think about. It seems like your cart is like fine enough to traverse this type of area. It was, if I remember correctly, this is a wagon you got in Tanara?
We had to abandon one on the way to...
Yeah, we had to abandon one as we went up the mountain.
This is the cart you got from Pashmina's parents.
Or no, no, I think we actually literally bought this off of one of the people.
Someone during the Harvest Festival?
Yes.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Then yeah, this is not built for this terrain expressly, but it is a sturdy cart. If you would like to have like more efficient travel potentially, or to prevent issues of that kind, you can take a minute to like mess with the wheels to traverse more muddy ground. But to your knowledge, it will be fine unless you start hitting patches of like particularly thick mud or a lot of rain.
I still think that's a little important. Aeson's gonna actually say to Toshi, climbing gear, perhaps chains, perhaps?
Yeah,
some,
I think.
Yeah. We are going to need them.
Right?
And he sounds like, say, Loka, I'm gonna need your help for a moment, and is like, you're gonna ask who. He's gonna try like install some like improvised like kind of a
Snow
like,
chains, but
snow
Yeah.
chains. If that makes any sense.
Well, so the funny thing, the reason snow chains work is because cars are self-propelled.
Oh, okay.
So they're actually increasing traction on the wheels. You're actually looking to like widen these wheels to make them like give them more surface area so that they sink into the muck less easily. Which I think is actually like, I don't know, maybe if you're creative, you can do something accomplishable with the chains. And if anyone else would like to help, this is definitely like a survival chain. To try and both get materials and have the thought and means to be able to modify this cart for more wetland terrain.
I'm gonna be fucking useless. I got a 9.
12 plus 6.
18?
What kind of check is this again?
Survival.
Survival.
Be any help here. I'm gonna be so honest, y'all.
I'll just try survival. Oh, that's a 23. I got a 19 on the die.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
I think as you start presenting the idea, Pashmina throws out some ideas, and it's just like, well, if you want to, make the load easier on the girls and make sure that we don't get into any ruts or anything.
Yeah. I think that's really the trick here, is trying to give yourself more surface area without adding too much more weight, since the animals are the thing actually propelling this cart forward. And I think with a few soft modifications, yeah, and I think using the thing that I think becomes the most useful to you in the circumstance is actually the canvas, tattered as it is. You can use to create more flats around these wheels and fill in the gaps to both prevent mud from accumulating on the wheels so that they don't get bogged down by weight, and also give it more surface area and grip so that it doesn't start sliding.
Yeah. Awesome.
As you continue forward, onward to Zatvor, you have about another, having traveled 1.5 to 2 days at fast pace, puts you about a day and a half out from Zatvor during this evening's, after this evening's camp, at which Toshi will briefly attempt, seeing the canvas having been used to better the cart for marshy terrain, will give up and accept help to become more sheltered.
Pashmina will gladly help put up a tent for Toshi.
Now, is this the tent that was given to Toshi, or is this one of ours?
It's one of yours.
Okay. So I'm gonna, as we're setting up one of ours, I'm gonna like go through Toshi's shitty tent.
A lot of it was used to improve the wheels. There's not a whole lot of it left.
Oh, okay. Well, then never mind that.
Okay.
Apparently, I disappeared for half a second because I did not hear that. So.
Sorry.
Good. Would you like to go through Toshi's things regardless while he's distracted watching Pashmina set up the tent?
Oh god, it's so tempting.
The sleight of hand check you need is still a DC 5 to do it unnoticed.
That was a 19 on the die.
That is more than a 5.
That's that was
Jeez.
what, +3, I think. So yeah, 22.
What are you looking for?
I'm just looking.
Just looking.
Just rifling.
Yeah, survival material. It looks like it was he was given a rock climbing kit, basically, plus like mountain survival tent. His sleeping bag actually looks like his bedroll looks surprisingly robust. Actually, probably too robust for this climate. This thing looks like it is built to insulate
Too warm,
like
actually.
mountain winds, and if he just like curls up in it, he might literally overheat overnight. Was just obliquely given the wrong equipment for sure. There's like, you see like a small dagger in there whose handle like crumbles as soon as you touch it. Like it is rusted to hell.
What do I want to do about that?
And you can have any of it.
I don't want any of this shit, though.
I'm gonna just kind of like... Where is Toshi while I'm rifling through his shit?
Uselessly standing around attempting to help with Pashmina putting up his tent.
No, I got it. Just...
I'm gonna walk up next to him and just kind of plop it down and be like, "This is all just totally fucking useless. I hope you know this."
Firstly, please don't go through my things. I find that distasteful. You are a scallion for doing so.
You don't even know what a scallion is.
I was gonna say like an onion.
We're moving on. So
You mean rap scallion?
I said we're moving on. So, secondly, I trust the judgment of my elders to have thoroughly equipped me for this expedition.
Well, you shouldn't, because I can see it from here, and I can also see that it's both outdated and
Useless.
not right for this climate.
But, you know, if you want, you can use this and you can die in your sleep of heat exhaustion.
Looks at you, Peshmina, looks back at you, Loka, looks at the bag of tools, and just kind of like deflates, like...
Look, I'm sorry, it's nothing personal, it's just, they just didn't give you the right stuff, and I would, well, frankly, I would know.
Yeah.
We can help get you the right stuff, though. We've got plenty.
Alright.
Sorry, it's just...
No, it's fine. It's... Alright. Yes. Alright.
It's because we don't want anything to happen to you, dear.
That's reasonable, and I appreciate your concern. But also, I wish I had been better equipped by the people who sent me on this expedition.
Look,
I guess it's... better than nothing? Question mark?
Yes, I suppose. Pulls out
Look,
his
we all
cube of suet
know
and
that-
starts gnawing on it.
Cults.
It's become a nervous tick. Or they say nervous tick. Like,
Stress eating.
comfort item, stress eating, hard block of suet.
We just recently found out that cults don't really they don't equip their people very well. So don't feel too bad about it.
I know what you're insinuating, and I don't appreciate it.
What am I?
Also, the Order actually equipped us quite well. It was just, you know what, never mind.
If you're ever interested in sharing, I am deeply curious about this cult of yours. That sounds fascinating.
The only thing you need to know now is that it's completely defunct.
Oh.
Well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, probably. That's fair.
These cultists, they all have to
definitely-
stick together, you know.
You better, she points a finger at you.
I suppose I would have
love
liked
you.
to observe
You're
it.
getting on my nerves.
Alright, well,
if you have any specific questions, maybe I can answer them, but it's not exactly something I like to dwell on.
well, we can move in a different direction. This Zoran fellow, are they always so quiet and brooding?
Yes.
And you look over, they're back in their journal, and they're probably like 3/4 of the way through. They've been struggling to write this entire time.
I mean, not always.
Very often, though, he does seem to like to do it. I've tried to get stories out of him. He does not.
Uncooperative.
I wouldn't.
I
okay.
can hear you, you know.
Not.
And obstinate. No, that's too harsh. We're gonna stick with uncooperative.
He's got a lot on his plate currently.
Oh. Well, I will thank you very much for setting up my tent, and good night. Just like dives into the tent and zips it behind him.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Immediately hear honk shoe from inside. This bird was exhausted.
All he had to do was sit in a cart all day.
Exhausted.
Oh my god.
Stressed.
Bless.
You've got some time yet before the sun fully goes down, but it's very much twilight for the moment.
Kind of comes to the rest of the group around the fire and is just like, we really need to keep an eye on him. Not in a suspicious way, just in a oh god, please don't like fall off of a cliff or get eaten by a bear or some shit. I don't know.
He's. I think he can.
Giving Hisan a look, just like I'm sure.
Yes, I'll be looking after him, but yeah.
He's trying his best, but he's not ready for this.
I will keep an eye on him. I mean, I wouldn't let anything happen to him.
I'll do my best too.
God, maybe it's a bad thing that he came.
Oh, I mean, it could have been worse. Like I said,
Yeah.
it could have been someone a lot less invested in your wellness.
Yeah, but you know what we're getting into.
No, but maybe we can. I don't know.
Just a week.
Yeah.
I know.
Surely. Well, I hope that they don't try and make him stay for longer. It's just that seems excessive.
Yeah. Okay. I hope all seem to get along well. That's like him, and do you?
Oh, it's funny how much you two are alike.
We aren't.
It's very weird.
We aren't.
Wrong.
Don't know why everybody talks. Okay.
Krishmina's like takes out her own journal, is like pretending to is like it's just like yes, taking my little notes, making my little observations, psychoanalyzing all of my friends.
When I do it, at least I'm actually doing it, and not doing it to mock one and pretending to do so.
I don't know. He seems like mostly sincere, maybe a little more sassy about it.
Oh, no. You're the one who's doing the mocking. He is perfectly sincere.
Well, that's what I mean. You both do the same thing.
That's just what we're taught to do.
Zeron, what have you been working on writing?
They have been trying to draft a letter, and they have been struggling about trying to find the right words for it the entire time. that they've probably gone through dozens of pages. Just trying to draft.
Is that what you're spending most of tonight doing?
To a certain point, I think they are going to try and find Heisan, though.
Please do.
They want to catch him alone.
I'm sure Hisam will be alone in his tent at some point, probably, but not zipped up or anything, just winding down.
Yeah. And just eventually just stop, deep breath. I have been trying desperately to draft up a letter that I am happy with. And I don't think any of the words that I could say would truly get through what I want to convey.
I understand how you feel. I have that difficulty as well sometimes writing letters. Although, is there anything I can do to perhaps assist you somewhere? Would you like me to read it over, or?
I am wondering, and I want you to stop me and tell me if this is a terrible idea, is if I convey what I want to say via dream. Say it and leave. I know the other two have been able to communicate with others via other people's dreams. I'm still confused on the matter.
I understand what you're saying. And I'm perfectly willing to do this for you. Although I will suggest, if I may say before,
Please.
I am not always the best at, as much as I like talking or like thinking of of being able to say what I'm going to say when I'm actually speaking to someone. I can get distracted, caught up in my own thoughts. And if it is someone I am deeply stressed about talking to, sometimes I will just lock up and go in a different direction entirely.
I know.
Are you sure you wish to do this face to face?
I've been dealing with her for a majority of my life. I can do this. In a sense, I feel as if it would be easier than writing a letter. Because writing a letter can sometimes seem ingenuine.
Of course.
I don't like the idea of having to do this. I want you to know that. But I'm worried for us, and in a sense, I'm worried for her as well.
I understand.
If this is something you are capable, or not capable, of course you're capable. If you are fine assisting me with.
I am fine assisting you. I am fine assisting with. I would do it for any. I would send you into anyone's dream if you asked, Zoran. I am more simply worried about your own morality and what consequences you breaking your perhaps own taboo may have on your mental well-being.
Wait, just kind of like throws their arms up in the air. We'll see.
Okay then, but I will just
give you the same warning I did Pashmina. Remember that you are in a metaphysical space where you have more control over your surroundings than you may realize. Be mindful of what you do, as this can actively harm someone if you get too hostile or, well, malignant with your, well, not, or rather, malevolent with your modifications.
And can it go the same way for them as well?
I don't know anything about that. All I know is I theorized that I suppose that would depend on how much control they have over their own dream. I suppose it's a bit different for one who is actually projecting mindfully and through magic to manipulate the sense of a dream, but I know for certain that you can give them horrifying visions that will have tangible harm upon them if you are not careful.
I will keep that in mind. Thank you.
Alright. And he will cast Dream, and because I've been saying this a lot, I'm also just going to read out basically what I'm the part of Dream, so everybody knows what I'm talking about. Let's see. You can make the messenger appear more monstrous and terrifying to its target. If you do, the messenger can deliver a message no more than 10 words, and then the target must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, echoes of phantasmal monstrosity spawn a nightmare that lasts the duration of the target's sleep and prevents the target from gaining any benefit from the rest.
And then when they wake up, they take 3d6 psychic damage.
Yeah. And I guess I've been framing those effects a little liberally. Sorry about that.
I think that's a good way to frame it.
Yeah. Alright, so either way, so he'll just cast Dream on Zeron. And send her
Okay.
to
Where are you going?
Do I get to choose the location, right?
You get to choose the person.
If she is dreaming, I'd like to contact Cybella.
All right. We're gonna roll a d20.
Okay.
Maybe she doesn't have to sleep anymore.
That's what I'm thinking, and
You find her. So, you appear, and we start with what you can see.
Okay.
A traditional Thronian celebration hall, clearly insigniaed by the Tenon house. This isn't somewhere you've been specifically, but it's somewhere you've been emotionally many times. The various houses, the royal family, any kind of meeting hall that can be arranged in such a way. And what is here is not a party, but clearly there was a party hosted here, and given by the signs of it you can see around the room, this is effectively the reception after a wedding. But it's empty. Tables kind of askew, plates, just scraps of food emptied. There are even a few, various maids and manservants, kind of quickly cleaning things up, gradually. And you see Sibella sitting kind of in a lone chair at the front of this hall, holding a bouquet of flowers and just kind of looking at it.
Just deep breath as they're just trying to psych themselves up for this, because they're dreading this entire thing. They're already regretting it, but they know that they pretty much have to do this. And they will approach. Is the seat taken?
Oh, no. You're back.
I am. And we'll take a seat. How are you?
Fine, I guess. You know, things ongoing, doing my best, keep making progress. Keeping the goal in mind.
The goal in mind?
Mhm.
Pray tell, what is it they have in mind today?
Oh, same as usual. Gestures at the space. We'll get here eventually.
Oh, that hit me hard. Oh. It would have been nice. But why? Why did you have to do what you did? I'm confused. I'm angry.
No. You don't need to be those things. This is just, it's the end result. It's what, was always supposed to happen. So that's the way it's gonna be. And we're taking an unorthodox path to get there, but we'll both end up here eventually.
And I think they just frown. And can Zeron change the scenery?
Yes, if you want to.
They'd like to change it where the table stays the same. What they're both wearing and holding still stays the same. But the scenery just changes to, I'd like to imagine it's pretty much like the interior of the lantern. So like that very familiar like stained glass all around them.
I'm gonna go ahead and roll a wisdom save. Not for the effect of the spell, but the usual awareness.
Yeah.
-3 is a 9. She notices, but just kind of like looks blankly back at you.
But it won't
Notices
be
the change in
goal,
surrounding.
isn't it? It won't be the end for us, will it?
What do you mean?
You said it yourself, it was unorthodox. You couldn't truly have wanted what could have happened to happen.
Well, I mean, if how it ended up is eventually us happy together, then, well, the interim's not much concern. You see, here, let me show you, because this is kind of gestures to you. Like, this is close, but this is what we're really, like... This, and she kind of, like, gestures at you kind of dismissively. It's not you. This is you. And a kind of out from around a corner, behind a bend, from space that doesn't quite make sense, steps a version of you. Full wedding regalia. Kind of layers of various thin white fabrics. laying perfect posture, straight up, hands folded in front of your waist. Attentive but empty smile as
Oh, no.
this version of you gazes softly at Sabella. And after this moment, you could do whatever you want as long as you're, still in the vicinity, still doing as you're supposed to. This is how it was supposed to be. But you left, so by any means necessary. It didn't have to be this way if you just stuck around, done your job. But we always have to work for the things we want. Well, some of us anyway.
I think instantly, like, that other version of... Erasmus, basically.
Of Erasmus, yes.
Gone. They wanted it out of the picture completely. So I think it physically hurt them to see. And they stand up, both hands, like, slamming onto the table as they stand up. You don't get it, Sabella. You don't get it.
Correction, I don't have it. And I don't get it. It's a matter of tense. I will.
No. You won't. Because you've lost it.
This much is true.
I would have gladly gone back, married you, given you whatever you would have wanted. If you had faith in me, if you had patience that I would return, I told you I would have returned. And you went ahead and tried to...
Tenses
change.
again, though. If you would have, you would have. Didn't.
Because I couldn't.
No, I don't think so. This is messier, but it'll work eventually. Again, persistence and hard work. What's happened my entire life, it won't stop now.
Into you. Do you hear yourself? Please. I'm begging you, just listen. You need to stop. You need to stop coming after me, believing that there is anything for us in the future. There's nothing. And that is because you made it this way. Not me. You. I came here ready to hear you out and tell you, please leave me alone. I've been terrified for you, for everything that has happened since you were kicked out of the city. I've been terrified ever since, and I'm right in believing so. It's borderline delusional. Do you even think that you would be allowed back into the city even if you were to accomplish what you wanted?
With you? Likely.
No. They wouldn't do that.
You look down and see that you are in the wedding dress that she is projecting on.
Fuck.
It makes sense to me that you don't quite get it. I think there is something about royalty then therein wherein they'll accept no for an answer, right? They'll, if told, no, you can't have this, maybe they'll whine and pout as they are wont to do in the younger years, but they'll accept that as it moves. And otherwise are given when they want. People like me, people who work for everything, we're told no. No is our reality. Until we get to a point where we wring with our hands from the world whatever we desire. As time goes on, no is no longer a reality. It's a speed bump. I've worked for everything I have ever had and ever wanted, and through work, I will get everything that I want. Besides,
Sorry, I was muted.
now removed from the nobility, the range of my pursuits has narrowed somewhat within my available allies and resources. That's never stopped me. Gotta work up from what you've got.
Where's the witch?
Hard to say.
Because you don't know, or you don't want to tell me?
Well, some combination therein. I don't know, and if I did, it would be hard to say verbally. There are certain older magic that go on with her.
Older magics?
I'm not really aware of the details, and I didn't really care to ask. But he has great power. Has shown me new ways, new tools, new exploits.
Is she one that gave you your power?
Guided me to it, but not gave. I take nothing from her.
Did you undergo a pact with her?
It's kind of an archaic way to put it.
Is it a contract?
Not... I don't believe in the way that you're insinuating, Zeron.
Cybella, if nothing else, I need you to tell me. Please. Please. Be straight with me here.
everything I use is my own.
I feel like I haven't rolled at all for like insight or anything, and I'm wondering if I do it.
If you'd like to.
Kinda. Just because they're so fearful that she became a warlock. Shoveling all my dice out. Hold on. Alright. Think that's a 16 on the die, and I think that's a plus 6?
22?
Plus 5. So
Plus 5.
21.
21. She's too proud for this to be a pact. You think she's been on that magic grind set.
Okay. Alright.
She seems to have gotten certainly been being educated
Mm-hmm.
by Zafara, but you get the sense that this is not a pact.
Okay.
At least not structurally.
Yeah. Okay. And I think finally what they want to do is there any way that I can make her roll that wisdom save again?
To see if it's a dream.
Yes.
Yeah, I think honestly,
like,
if you just
there's any
like
way that I can like
just verbally, I just address the reality of the situation directly.
And I think that they changed the setting so there's just nothing. It is just endless white. Just to like help really solidify.
We'll give her advantage. You're significantly better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And lowered DC.
Yeah.
She kind of looks around, her eyes widen. She like her expression narrows and she looks back at you, and then her eyes widen a bit and just goes, "Odds, it's really you, isn't it?"
It's been some time, hasn't it? Took you long enough?
I wouldn't stay here.
What do you mean?
I just wouldn't. It's a poor choice of activity, poor taste.
And yet, I have to do this. Because you won't leave me alone. Stop trying to look in on me. Whether it's you, whether it's your witch, I do not care. Stop it.
Fine. Didn't do us any good anyway.
Good. I'm glad. And finally, stop following us.
She just stares you down.
We're going into places that are highly, highly dangerous. As I'm sure as capable as you are, because it's you, the snake that you can be, and get out of anything, I cannot guarantee your safety. And I'm sure I would shed at least 2 tears if you were to die following us into wherever we are going. So stop following. If you are smart, you at least listen to me.
I'm listening.
Good. I think he turns around like he's about to start, like, leaving the dream properly. Just stops.
When you look back, she's in her wedding.
And he does look back. You know, I was being truthful with that I said earlier. I would have come back. Had you only believed in me.
She just looks back. She looks like she has something to say, but wasn't verbal.
Duran wants to know so bad. Farewell, Isabella. May we
See
never
you
see
soon,
each other
Zoran.
again. I hope not. Farewell. And they will exit the dream.
Sit up.
Oh, I hated that. Whew.
Hey, Son, what have you been doing for the last 20 minutes?
Hey, someone's been playing a game of
On his phone.
no, he's been playing a game of not Warhammer with himself.
Excellent.
Ah, that took a good bit of time. I got through 2 turns. Two.
Guess what? They can manipulate the dream.
Huh.
Well, now you know.
Are you happy you did it at least?
In a sense, yes. I'm horrified, I'm disgusted. But I found a new resolve. She's lost her mind.
I am tempted to ask how so and ask precisely what you saw, but I'm not sure you wish to share.
Well, I'm sure I'm going to end up dreaming about it tonight. Can my nightmares. If you want to see, by all means. And they're just barely holding it together.
I suggest you go to sleep, Zoran.
Try.
Does
And-
Zoran fall asleep? Sorry. Go ahead,
Zoran's
keep
going to
going.
try to. It might be a little difficult to.
Yeah, I
But
imagine.
they definitely try.
I imagine not going to sleep for so long actually
Mhm.
makes it a little awkward when you actually want to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
But you do manage to after not
Mhm.
too long.
Yeah.
Can Hassan roll a Constitution to see if he can outlast Zoran
Sure.
real quick? Thank you.
Probably like
That's
DC
a-
10.
Yeah, he outlasts Zoran. Can Hassan do one thing briefly then?
Sure.
Can he? Wait. Let's see. How many casts have I done? I've done 2. Yeah, I can do one more with the 6th level. Can he cast himself into Zoran's dream as a mouse quickly?
Yeah, as long as you are down.
I'm
Yeah.
so
Oh, yeah,
fine. It's
okay.
fine.
Yeah,
It's
awesome.
Okay,
fine.
sorry. I should
No,
have asked
do
first.
so.
No, go ahead.
And is it terrifying at all? What does he? What
Yeah,
does?
I leave that to you, Caroline. What does Zoran's dream look
I
like?
think it's a pretty faithful recreation of what he just went through. But it's, in a sense, like, the size proportions are all wrong. Like, he feels a lot smaller than he really is, and she feels a lot larger than she really is. where it's just kind of like it's supposed to be like that like intimidating presence of someone just like towering over him. That like it was just a lot.
I think Heisan is a little mouse. He casts himself as like a little mouse.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's going to try to slowly make it fade into a sort of comfortable haze of sorts.
Try and manipulate the Zeron's dream to be more pleasant.
Yeah. And try to recreate Mirage a bit, as if it was just a trick, as if everything he's seeing is just a trick of whatever magic is within Mirage. And sort of fade out, fade in, if you may so to say. So he just changes the location. As to what Zeron makes of it, he doesn't really mind much. He just wanted to patch it up a little bit, maybe. And then he'll just, hopefully without being seen, take his leave. Should I make a stealth check or anything?
I was gonna say, probably stealth or deception, given that this is a mindscape.
Sure.
Do I need to roll against this?
If you would like to.
What do I roll against it?
Insight or perception.
That's
I am good at both of those.
It's gonna be a 16 to beat it if you want to make it.
Well, that was even both of them are the same roll. That would have been a 14 for either. So you're free.
You will not notice the manipulations within your dream.
Okay.
I think, unrelated to that, Peshmina would have gone to sleep before either of you, but in the middle of the night would have been like, you know, you get groggy, you turn over, you need to go find a tree to do business in or whatever. It comes back and it's just like, oh, Zeron's asleep. Pulls her bed roll over closer and kind of snuggles up.
Oh.
Goes back to sleep. Has no idea what the fuck is going on.
Then Heisan will just uncast and then go to sleep.
Excellent.
Oh, not before making notes, but yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah,
the dream diary for this shit would be fucking insane.
No, the thing is, you witness pretty much word for word what went on. You know everything Zeron learned. And that shit is a lot to unpack.
Yeah.
Then with that, the morning will rise. Let's take our 15.
Yeah.
Back around 10:20, a little after 10:20, 10:25.
Yep.
All right. I'll pause the recording. Kirby. Unpause.
We took a nap and it was completely fine.
You slept nicely.
Zeron's just crying in the back.
Yeah, trying to make it better.
It is the
No,
following morning. Zeron, you wake up for the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
And Peshmina is very close to you.
I think they just turn over and just hold her really, really close and try to go back to sleep. Like, even if they're pretending to sleep, they're just, like, resting their eyes, but, like, they really needed this physical connection for a moment. So they are very much just hold as tight as possible.
I think Peshmina, I don't think she fully wakes up, but she kind of does a little, like, sleepy grumble, realizes, oh, it's you, and then just kind of, like, snuggles back in and falls right back asleep.
I'm guessing 3 wakes Heisan up or something.
New alarm clock.
3 is
It's a
actually
new
just
feature.
like perched on top of Toshi's tent.
Oh. Heisan will just daily first thing he does in the morning, cast Speak with Animals. No, with using a spell, so I will just say, so, I suppose this is where you will be spending most of their time now?
Eh? Where I am today?
You like my, what, do you like my brother's presence better than my own?
No.
Good talk.
I think he might have rats.
I'll be sure to ask him if he has it.
Kind of small.
He wants it.
Otherwise, the morning is very uneventful. You may get up at whatever rate you wish to do so, and continue traveling how you may choose to do.
I think
What's the
eventually
plan?
Pashmina does eventually, maybe slightly later than usual, start to wake up. Finally kind of uncuddles, gets out of the cuddle position.
Very reluctantly gives her up.
Morning.
Good morning. Just making the morning coffee.
Good. Kind of looks around and is just like, we all slept last night?
Yes, I believe we did.
Oh.
Oh, yes, when you say it like that, yeah, perhaps that was... You can... Yes, we did.
Yeah, it's probably okay out here, but the closer we get to Harax, we probably want to be a little more careful than that.
Oh, yeah.
We can go back to taking shifts.
Yes, that's a good idea. We have spent perhaps too much time. Perhaps we have relied on Zoran a bit too much.
Must have been tired. I don't sleep much.
You can ask him about that.
We can let him sleep a little longer while we start getting ready.
Is Loka's like tent? I forget if Loka has his own tent. Loka has his own tent.
I mean, probably he does, right? But, like, does he use it? I think last night I said that he curled up next to the fire.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, I think that's where he is and was. Yes, he was with Puppy, whose brain is very scary.
I think in that case, Hassan's gonna like take a cup of like a morning. I'm like, I'm assuming coffee. No coffee for you, Loka.
Oh fuck! I forget. Does Loka even drink coffee?
I think
Be good if you wanted to.
previously stated, he just really doesn't need it.
Oh, right.
Always just has way too much energy.
Yeah.
I think the scent
Oh.
of coffee is what gets Toshi up and moving.
Yeah. And there he is. Wonderful. Good morning, Toshi.
Yes.
Sleep well, I hope. You
I
fell...
certainly slept. Yes. My calves are sore.
Mm-hmm.
Calves?
What is it? What?
organize. Look, I sit at an ergonomic writing desk all day.
Ah.
This isn't great on my talent. But it's good exercise.
Oh, yeah. Well, hopefully you'll be able to rest a little bit more.
If you
I
sit in the
would
back, you could actually sit with your legs out instead of bent.
That's a thought.
I
do that.
You certainly. So, why did you fall asleep so quick? What were you doing beforehand? I was hoping, like, I don't know, maybe we could actually have one of our chats before that, but you just fell asleep.
Just very tired. Sorry.
Alright. So, we completely ignored conversation. We completely got caught up in everything. How have things been at home recently, by the way?
It's fine. Not bad, not good, just fine.
So, just quite literally same as always?
Pretty close. Yeah, there's just kind of not a lot going on. I mean, there's like some bits. They're getting kind of more stingy about the old archives and kind of what they're storing down there, keeping it more under elder supervision. But
Oh,
I mean, frankly, for us, that's just we keep doing our jobs because we basically never go down there anyway.
yeah.
Like, yeah, people, they're sure the elders are squabbling more and more, but like, I mean, hey, until they tell us to do something differently, we're just not gonna. It would be a waste of time.
You never actually read the defense I sent, did you?
I did not. Did not really get the opportunity.
Things are changing out here, Toshi, and not necessarily better. And
Yeah. I think that's word of mouth, rumors, whispers, etc. from the like other scribes and such. They're observers. It's mostly like I think the elders are scared of something. Things changing, of them having to go out and act. And part of that, from what I heard kind of in whispers about your defense and how people were reacting, and I had conversations with various department heads and whatnot, was really just like there is a divide of folks who think that they are obligated to do something about it, and folks who think we are obligated not to do something.
there's a divide, I suppose.
Yep.
You don't really sit anywhere on this?
I don't know the details, and I don't really know what's going on out here necessarily. Like, if there is something what needs to be done about. I mean, we're a library, we're an archive, our job is to observe and record, and whatever should so happen out here, I think deserves to be observed and recorded. I don't think it's our place as a historical society to step in and do that ourselves unless it directly involves us, which it doesn't.
Okay. Looks around, realizing, oh, right, there are other people listening to this right now.
Loca's here.
So,
Ishmina's getting breakfast, getting Zorana a cup of coffee. She's only half listening.
In accordance with policy.
I mean, I think it's just kind of common.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
I mean,
you're
you
right.
all that isn't to mean that you shouldn't. I mean, you're clearly kind of gestures to all of this involved. Like, I think you can serve both as a member of the archive, assuming your academic integrity is intact, and do what you are doing out here. I think you've just got 2 jobs now. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that personally. I mean, we'll see if that first bit is true. That's kind of why I'm here. But that is my supposition given my observations of you thus far. Which, asterisk, incomplete and inconclusive.
Well, I'm happy that you have that faith in me at the very least.
Don't prove me wrong.
I don't intend. Have I ever proved you wrong?
Frequently.
Whatever. Well, I think day goes alright.
Oh, back on the road?
Back on the road.
A very
Where's-
sleepy wake up, but yes.
Peshmina's got a cup of coffee ready for you.
It's really quiet, just kind of takes it. They're not used to the feeling of waking up again, so it's just like really grumbly, hair's kind of messy.
You sleep okay?
As well as I could, I suppose.
Hmm. You've been tired lately? Do we need to take more turns taking watch?
No. I haven't been tired per se. I just felt I should try to sleep a little more often.
No. Let us know when you want to get some more sleep. We can make sure that someone's always on watch.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Shouldn't have to always be up to you.
I don't mind doing what I do. If everyone's able to get their beauty rest at the cost of mine, well, by all means. I'm okay. But thank you for checking in on me.
Ready to go soon?
Yes, let's do it.
As you pack up and get on your you've got about a day and a half out to Zatvor. Again, the ground's getting kind of marshier as you continue deeper toward the Haraxan Coalition, even near the edges. But all in all, easy travel, very clear. It's really easy to watch out for basically anything else going on right now because the land is both so flat and frankly so empty. The environment is decidedly less interesting from here on out, kind of becoming more of a uniform,
Beige.
and still green, just, you know, flat.
Hmm.
Not a lot going on. Like, not even very hilly. Starting to, yeah, and by the end of the day, starting to get into significantly marshier, not quite swamp territory. Where you're starting to see more reeds. Kind of in the distance, you can start to see the development of wetland. Looks like more flat standing off in the... as the terrain gets significantly steep and kind of obscuring your view of deeper into Harax. Traveling at normal pace. I do not anticipate anything going awry for the next day and a half. Is there anything you would like to do before arriving at Zatvor?
Not I can think of. No.
Not specifically, no.
No.
All right. Then in that case, one more sleep cycle later, you arrive, having seen it far in the distance as the terrain of Herax is starting to get a bit more complex, moving out of the Badlands in the center of the western portion of the continent. You come upon the fairly compact semi-agrarian town along one of the rivers in Herax of Zatvor. Let's go ahead and switch boards.
Ooh,
I think
new
as we
board,
get-
new board.
Yeah. As we get nearer, Peshmina will probably slow us down to kind of a leisurely pace as we like kind of just taking things in, just making sure that we're not like careening in without keeping an eye on things.
Absolutely. You are ushered in through the forward gates into the town by a pair of Heraxan guard. Simple uniform, functionally just... Ooh, that is loud music. That's better. Simple uniform, basically just kind of a squared off cylindrical helmet, in addition to like simple breastplate and the symbol of the Heraxan Coalition kind of indented, imprinted, embossed.
Can't see faces or anything.
Not through the helmets, just a couple little eye slits. They don't seem intent on questioning you and anything. They just let you into the town. The town's actually quite quiet. There's not a lot of people around as far as you can see. There are folks here and there kind of like going to businesses, staying in their homes. You can kind of tell by just the introduction to this place, or the in your entrance to this place. Clearly like a logging town more than anything else. They're sending stuff up and down the river as necessary, deeper into Herax, or further down the river should need be, trade otherwise. You saw a few kind of smaller farms on the way in, probably the things that sustain the town, food-wise for the most part, other than other imports. Town itself is rather small. Few mainstays. There's a tavern, there's an inn, general store, blacksmith, House of Officials. There's kind of one larger building that looks like kind of a manor. Otherwise, just the various homes and businesses of the people working here.
You say it doesn't seem like it's not like bustling or anything, but it's not deserted.
It's not
either?
deserted. There are very much people out and about doing their business.
Okay.
You get some like nods, acknowledgments. People don't seem particularly perturbed by you, even though you're a bit of an odd group. Pretty
Peshmina
diverse
will-
makeup, all things considered. Humans, elves. It seems like a little bit higher density of half-orcs, probably likely from the region. The fact that this is as close to Brodor as it is.
And these folks don't have any, like, notable peculiarities about them, not to cast
Yeah,
judgments
I mean,
or anything.
go ahead
It's
and
just
roll
like,
perception. Nothing stands out immediately, for sure.
Perception?
Yep.
Ooh, 9.
9. I mean, this is maybe a little bit of a harsh way to put it, but like typical peasants. Like,
Yeah, civilians.
they're
just
here to work.
people.
They're here to do their thing. I think even with a 7, it's like no one looks particularly wealthy. They're all just living.
I think Peshmina to the rest of the group says, Tanya says that they were making some serious money here, but like, this is not the usual place where we make our best coin. Usually that's, metropolises, Elthrod, and, other capital cities. This is kind of... It doesn't really make sense to me.
Just because the common citizen is of modest means doesn't necessarily mean everyone is the same.
everyone is of same means within this city. If rumors about and if our worries about the magistrate are founded, then there are many good
One wealthy patron.
Yes. Although I think at best that perhaps we don't even have to confront them in this going. Perhaps.
The magistrate?
Yeah. Perhaps we just find Tanya's.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't even necessarily concerned. Same nods. Very much same page.
Yeah.
If anyone else would like to, they can also give me a perception check. Kind of
Uh,
get a vibe.
Sure. Why not?
Should roll one for Toshi.
15?
We'll roll one. You can have disadvantage.
Isan won't be rolling one.
What is it?
Because I haven't.
How do we do?
22?
You said 23?
22.
22 is pretty good. Zoran, what'd you get?
15.
15 is quite good. Hasan?
Let's see. Oh.
If you'd like to.
18.
18. Excellent. Yeah, so 15 and 18, so Zoran, Hasan. Second vibe on the town. Yeah, pretty reasonable. Like, the thing you get from here is, yeah, it's definitely like a logging town. It's got its one primary industry and its kind of peripheral industries that support that. But very noticeably, pretty immediately, is like, oh, we had to enter a gate to get here. There are, like, balustrades. There are towers. This is a border town. And it's clearly being constructed up as one. Like, that looks like recent construction more than anything else. So beyond just being a like its own little industry town, it's being built up in preparations of being a potential military foothold. And that tracks with the amount of folks in armor you see around. Again, none of which this is definitely not a fort. They're not building this up to be a military base. They're just building up its defenses in a fundamental way, because it's a valuable piece of infrastructure. With a 22, Loka, you're kind of getting the vibe of this place. I don't know, how crime-oriented are you right now?
Well, there's water around, so I'm gonna say decently.
Decently? You notice a couple things pretty quick. The first one is a faint smell of sulfur. Just kind of pervading the entire town. That doesn't seem to match any materials you see. You don't see any, like, major charcoal fires. You don't see any, like, pits. You don't, like, that's usually more associated with mining. And you don't see any of that kind of industry around. Additionally, the guards you've kind of been, like, side-eyeing appear to be on a very strict regimen. They are moving in and through the town on these these like very specific, defined observational pathways that they seem to be keeping very close adherence to. Like clockwork, they're moving. You see a new guard around the same corner as you're kind of walking through, like 90-second intervals. And you suspect that this town is way more effectively surveilled than it first appears. Even though you can only ever see, like, one Haraxan guard at any given point in time, you can always see at least one Haraxan guard at any given time.
I see. Loka's gonna say to the rest of them,
So this town has, like, really heavy security. And it also smells kind of funky.
Is the smell something to be worried about?
I don't know. Is sulfur a good smell?
Oh, usually not. I mean,
Can we smell it now?
Now
was
that Loka has
mentioned?
pointed it out, yeah, but it's faint. But it's there for sure.
can I maybe do some kind of survival check to tell if sulfur is a sign of any, like, maybe geological oddities
Yeah,
or,
for
like,
sure.
the applications of sulfur?
Give me a survival.
Maybe there's like a hot springs around.
That's a 16 plus 6.
16 plus 6? I mean, Loka's first suggestion makes a lot of sense. But that would not be as permeating. If it was a hot spring, it would smell like sulfur around the hot spring.
Near that, yeah.
And geologically, it wouldn't be super likely that a hot spring would be near a river. Because of just how those sorts of underground water networks work. From a survival perspective, frankly, with the combination of ongoing military town, gunpowder is probably a first thought. It's rudimentary, it's pretty early in its like smoke powder, smokeless powder, etc. Like the kind of things you've heard of being developed. This is frankly part of survival training, is the knowledge of this kind of like chemical construct. But industry of it on this scale doesn't make a lot of sense. It's a pretty frequent ingredient in alchemy and chemistry. So there's a reasonable chance that like there's maybe something alchemical going on. But again, very permeated across the town, which is a bit odd. Again, you'd think, much like the sulfur example, or the hot spring example, you'd think if it was an alchemical ingredient, it would be focused on the site of alchemy. But it's kind of misted around the location as a whole. Or at least it is, as you continue to move through explore the albeit small town, like
It never, like, fades,
right,
or never,
it
like...
seems to be kind of at a low state of being throughout the entire.
Well... unless they have just a whole lot of alchemists around, or... something of that sort. I think it might be... You said there... She kind of looks around to confirm that yes, there are, in fact, a lot of guards around.
You only ever see one at any given point in time.
Okay.
But if you think to check repeatedly over a period of time, you notice you are never not within sight of it.
There is a kind of... I don't know if I've ever seen a guard presence exactly like this. Sulfur tends to be used for its combustive properties, so... Maybe they're doing some kind of demolition, or... well, if they're expecting war, then they're definitely getting armed. I don't know, it's just weird that it's kind of all over.
Well, I don't know.
Now that you've said it, yeah, ugh, I hate that smell.
All the more reason to not spend too much time here.
Oh shoot, I don't remember. Did Tanya say where they were staying while we were...
Yeah, she mentioned that
She mentioned a tavern?
No, so they've had a residency at the tavern, but they've been staying at the Stonewood Mill.
Stonewood Mill. Okay.
You remember recalling a few slightly more distant in the surrounding area.
I think Pashmina will slow down near if there are any like townsfolk kind of standing around or talking to each other.
Yeah.
Um,
There's a couple gabbing outside a fruit cart.
excuse me.
Oh, hey there, travelers.
Yes. We were actually looking for the Stonewood Mill.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's just a bit west outside of town, maybe half a mile. Take the road,
Okay.
can't miss it. It's got a little bit of a taller tower. I think the a troupe that performs at the inn's actually staying there, so they've got a kind of a big tent outside.
Ah, good news. Hard to miss then.
Hopefully.
Thank you.
All right, have a good one.
Gets the cart moving again.
For sure.
And the folks seemed, again, just like, kind of, like, takes in their mannerisms, their speech, like...
Yeah.
No,
roll
no.
insight for me.
Can I
That was a
also roll insight?
Yeah, for sure, if you'd like to.
I only rolled a 10.
Roll the 10.
Yeah.
Ooh, 20.
Wow.
Pashmina, with a 10, I think you do actually catch a vibe that conversation was a little off.
Oh.
Like maybe just, I don't know, weird. You've been a lot of places, or just, I don't know, painfully mundane. Loka, they flat 20 in insight.
Yeah, not natural.
No, flat 20. You do notice that the like the words that person was saying was like very slightly out of sync with how their mouth moved.
Mm-hmm.
They were saying the right words and at almost the right time. But the mouth seemed to move just a little bit after you heard what they said. We're talking millisecond. Like if you've ever seen a restream of a video and the sound is coming through faster than the video is, like you can still tell what's going on and how it's connected, but it's just like just a little off.
Very slight uncanny valley shit. Just like...
Also with a 20 on insight, you noticed that both people, when Pashmina addressed them, and this sounds normal, but I'm gonna say it in a very specific way. Both of them stopped talking and looked over at Pashmina at the same time. Like, not both in response to Pashmina, like, at the same time. As if they were acting together.
Man, I knew there was some fucking mask shit going on here.
Oh god.
Creepy.
This is weird.
She just called this place Uncanny Valley. Oh, I'm stealing that. Actually, I know I just said it, but ignore that I... Don't be surprised if there's a place called Uncanny Valley in a future campaign.
Okay.
Continuing onward toward the mill.
Yep.
You said day and a half, so it's probably like just barely early afternoon at this point. And you head onward to the mill. As stated, it's about a half a mile. Not far, but far enough to get like outside of town. Basically, as soon as you're outside of town, that sulfur smell goes away pretty quickly. As soon as you're outside the town gates. And then you head up on the old Stonewood Mill. We've got another board.
Yay, new board. Oh, it's cute.
Well, that is really cute.
You can tell that it's some kind of grain farm. Looks like wheat. It is much like in Matla, just post-harvest, so they've a lot of the fields aren't currently growing anything. But there's a variety of folks around, seemingly working the various parts of the farm.
Not to derail or anything, but did you mean for this Libra to be here?
Oh no, I was testing scale. Where's the Libra?
I was about to have a fucking panic attack. I need you to know that.
Sorry about
Very
that.
back in the building.
I was
Very,
using it
very
to
back.
test the interiors. Libra is not in fact
I
here.
was genuinely about to scream.
Extremely funny. And you see the what is typically caravan, but in this context is just kind of a cart sitting nearby, and the larger tent that the traveling tale-tellers tend to use when together. It looks like they didn't have enough space to set up like all of their own individual tents. Like they're set up kind of still within the property lines of.
Can we have
this
minis so
particular
that we
place.
can see?
Yes. Here, do you want me to set you up basically right near the tents?
I don't see why not.
I'll set you up on the here. Here's a nice little entryway. Beep. Beep. We're all present.
Right.
Up over. And Pashmina kind of walking through, leaving the cart back behind the gates, walking through. You see Rovan and Tanya, kind of outside near a little cooking fire, kind of chatting quietly to one another.
I think as the moment they are within eyesight, Pashmina is fucking. She's here, and then she's like here.
Good old monk
Using
sprinting.
that key point move dash again.
It doesn't even need to do that.
Sprinting.
Oh.
Obviously, they both spot you running directly towards them, and you see kind of a broad smile from the two of them.
I think she all but collides with Tanya.
Hi, darling.
Hi.
Happy to see you too. Apparently less. I don't think I can match that level of enthusiasm.
Sorry, it's been. It kind of takes a half step back. A whole thing to get here.
Really? Hey, Pashmina.
Hi, Rovan.
Glad to see you're here. Was just talking to Anya about a very interesting dream she had long ago. So, yeah, happy to see that you're in. What's the news? Or maybe here, do you and kind of spots Zoran, Loka, and Hassan in the background. Here, let's meet everyone.
It turns and it's just like gesturing for everyone to like come. It's just like, hurry up.
Toshi, do you want to? I can introduce you to this. I've traveled with this person for about a year. If you...
Oh, fine. Perches on the fence.
Cole, can you summon to board real quick?
Oh, did I not?
I don't think Eli was in yet. Eli wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was only just able to join because of shenanigans. Thank you.
Damn, Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah.
All right. A colorful band. You know, birds of a feather. No offense.
Okay. We understand we understand what you mean.
I don't. I'm not a bird.
That's. It means we're all of the same stuff. It means we all. Never mind. Hello again. It's nice to see you again, Tanya.
It's been a minute. I'm happy to see you
Toshi,
as well.
you don't
Hope you've been
have
doing
to-
well.
Yes, I've been doing Toshi. You don't have to stand Okay.
Don't mind Toshi. He's doing some study and is trying to be a bit
It's my brother.
an unbiased observer.
Well, I'm happy to let him observe, then, I suppose.
I don't know how well I don't think you ever properly met Zoran or Loka necessarily.
I don't think so. I think I remember very vaguely seeing the both of you at the Festival of Glittering Sands.
Yeah, we were there.
Then it's good to see you again, and to meet you for the first time.
I have met you, and
A
spoken to me
generous
before.
tipper, I never forget.
Of course. A pleasure to see you as well, my lady.
I see
Bows.
you have found yourselves in good company, then. Well, happy that to have the lot of you together. Here, come in, meet the rest.
Yes.
And we'll guide you into the tent interior. It's a little cluttered. Clearly having all 6 of them in here was not quite the idea. Though once you break the entrance, Peshmina, Casca comes hustling out.
Okay, I was gonna say it might be the same deal. Like,
And will
second verse, same as the first.
arms around the waist, lift you up off the ground into a spinny hug. And then kind of puts you down, and it's breathing kind of heavily, like, oh.
Easy. I heard you weren't feeling well. Don't.
Oh no, I'm fine. Goes back in for a second hug. Doesn't try to lift you this time, but does wrap her arms around you.
Hi.
Oh, it's a delight to see you again, Peshmina.
Likewise, though I wish it were in slightly better circumstances. I'm still a little.
Yes. I wish I were feeling better, but I'm not feeling the best at the moment. But here, come in. Mikasa and all that.
Gives a quick hug to Marswith along the way as well.
You get your hugs generally across the board. You get a simultaneous hug from Jeddah and from
Yeah.
for stereotypes.
Oh, hello. Oh.
Yes, we're happy to have you. Yes, it's been a bit. You can actually tell they've been packing over the last few days since you called, I guess.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Fucking, I wish I could come up with the fucking, like, I am joke or something. Skype, dream Skype.
But,
You literally slid into their DMs.
Their dream
they're
M's.
Durians.
Dreams.
Well, since we've last spoken, we're I think we've collectively come to agree with you that it's we've made our due, and it is time to go as soon as we can.
Good.
We've got our carts. Unfortunately, our animals are currently still packed with the rest of the mills. We'll have to go acquire them, but otherwise, I think we're happy to leave. We've made, I suppose, to all of you, I don't know how much you've filled everyone else in, kind of the goings-on.
Oh, well, I mean, I told them as much as you told me, which is that things were a bit strange. And that folks weren't feeling their best.
Yes, I do currently chalked up to fatigue. Now, frankly, myself, Asuka, and Freda have all not been feeling our best. But been able to do reasonably in the meantime. Our performances have slighted somewhat. So we've done we were effectively hired by the magistrate. Regular performances and twice a week, first of the week and fourth of the week, and that's been going fine for us. It's a little. They want the same show, is I think the odd of it. Not really interested in variation, change, new material, and I think that's really worn on a lot of us. We don't exactly enjoy doing exactly the same show. We've done it twice a week for... I don't even properly remember how long we've been here. We've maybe
it
done
gets
it
draining doing the same
30
thing all the time.
times? No, can't be that long.
I mean, it's
10,
been
20?
several months. Tanya, like,
Has it been that long?
it's autumn.
I suppose you're right.
Normally, by now, you would be back just about ready to
South.
do the,
Hmm.
off to warmer climes, because it's about to get cold here.
All the more reason to get out while we can.
Yes. Not to mention, I didn't want to... I figure I ought to say this to you all here and now, so that you can take it in as you need to hear it, but, Harax is on the verge of declaring war on Matla.
All the more reason. There is a kind of a brief hush, and then a more determined, all right, getting the fuck out of here, acknowledgement from kind of the lot, as they are clearly, Tanya's, I think, pipes up. Tanya finally pipes up insofar as I don't typically, traveling performers, especially those of us that don't have allegiances to any one nation, are generally treated well, but also, frankly, I've been accused of being a spy more than once, and would not like a repeat performance. Haha. Ugh. Yes. I think recusing ourselves from potential conflict best option.
Certainly.
Then, well, we can continue and keep packing. Would you mind retrieving the animals then?
Oh, we'll help any way we We'll help any way we can. Do you need help getting the tent down and
Yes, but I think
we
that'll
can
be the
divide
last
and
thing we
conquer.
do,
Alright?
just to ensure that we keep as low a profile as we can. I very much appreciate the Stonewoods for letting us stay here, but I suspect I mentioned when we bring up leaving that things get a bit fuzzy. I've had that conversation a couple times with John and Missy as well, and it goes over much the same.
You needn't worry about that. I will make sure that I will be there to back you up and drown them in enough talk that they will just let you go, believe me.
Appreciate it.
How about this? Loka, how about you and I go retrieve the animals? Tayson, Pashmina, do you want to help everyone here gather their things, get them together?
I would love to.
Okay.
How about that?
Just, if anything goes bad, just, give us a ring.
And you. We've got,
Wonderful.
I mean, we've got plenty of bells and instruments and the like to make a hell of a clamor.
Oh, well, I was talking to Pashmina and Hassan. Sorry.
Miriam.
They know what I meant. Tanya, you don't have to do anything. We're gonna take care of everything.
I hear tambourine ringing. I will make my way over immediately.
I don't even know what that is.
Well, I'll tell you
Peshmina picks up a
later.
tambourine.
Tosca in the middle of preparing to grab various tambourines.
Fabulous.
Slowly puts them back away.
That seems so fun. Can I try it?
Later. We have things to do, remember?
Priorities.
Wait, but it's...
Later.
Look, the sound it makes.
When we make camp tonight, we can do a little reunion celebration or
Okay,
whatever.
that's fair. Okay. But you have to promise that I get to play with the tambourine.
Oh, you can play with the tambourine for all night. But we gotta get out of here.
You'll regret saying that.
You will regret saying that. They seem pretty loud.
So, Zoran quickly just, like, gives Pashmina's hand, like, a little squeeze and, like, winks at her and will leave.
Why winky face? Little tail wag.
Right. So, Zoran and Loka heading for stables?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you head out. It takes a minute to find, kind of milling about, looking for various buildings. You find it kind of at the opposite end of the farm. I'll go ahead and drag your minis over there. Here. Kind of inquiring, and as you find it's a pair of horses, very clearly in Tanya's attire. They're in like pinstripe multicolor like shawls. It's pretty obvious between that and the enormous draft horses, which ones are for working the farm and which ones are for transporting Tanya's. No one seems to be attending them currently. Easy enough to unhook and get them coming back. Drop a couple horses. But as you do so, kind of turning around from having unlatched the horses, you are confronted by a man and a woman, both in peasantly garb, one holding a larger pitchfork. It's just like, oh, you're not going, are you? Sorry, welcome to the farm. Happy to make your acquaintance. John and Missy Stonewood, proprietors of the mill that you set foot upon currently.
I think Zoran was just super surprised that they, like, just appeared out of nowhere right behind him.
It is surprising.
Yes, hello. Pleasure to meet you.
Excellent.
I'm Zoran.
Nice to meet you, Zoran.
I was just bringing the horses out for a bit. It's good to have them get some fresh air.
No, that's
Walk
very
around for a
understandable.
bit.
Yes. And you asked your friends of Tanya's?
Yes, we are friends of Tanya's.
We're very happy to host the traveling tale tellers. I assure you, the horses do get quite a lot of air, exercise. I'm sure they're perfectly fine.
Well, I mean, we're getting ready to go here, you know, so...
That's so.
Yeah.
That's quite a shame. You know, I think I'd really appreciate it if we could talk through that a little bit.
Well,
We'd
it's
hate to see
unfortunate because there's not much that can be said, you know?
Really,
like,
you know,
they really have to get going. They have places to be.
that's
You know,
understandable.
Tanya misses her mother. She's sick.
Why don't you go ahead and put those back? And I'm going to ask you both to make wisdom saving throws.
Oh boy, okay.
What the fuck?
It's a good thing I'm good at those. I'm assuming you're not.
I'm not.
Yep. Alright, let's go, baby. Ooh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
15?
21.
15 does not save.
No.
21?
A 21 does. Zoran, you feel a soft wash of magic over your mind as this couple kind of like politely smiles at you. And Loka, you find yourself immediately charmed by this farmer. Of course we should talk it out. That makes absolute sense. Why would this this is just the proprietor of a farm. Why would they ever want anything else? Zoran, now that you are much closer to these two in specific, and having just sensed that wash of magic, being this close to the pair of them, the smell of sulfur is much stronger.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I don't remember this now.
Would you mind just putting those back?
I think
Okay.
we will pass on that. We are in a bit of a rush, but thank you for your time. You've been very, very generous to our
It's around,
friends.
they just want to talk about it.
Loka, we are
Like,
going.
They just want to talk about it, Saran. We should put them back.
I'm trying to think of a way to, like, get Loka out of it.
I don't know. Good fucking luck. I have to play this like this now.
No, I know.
I'm not
totally
happy about
know.
it.
I don't think Friends is going to do that.
Not
Okay.
necessarily.
Okay.
I think the farmer is beginning to lead Loka and the horses back toward the stable.
I'm going to try. I want to see if this will work. If Loka takes psychic damage, will that snap him out enough?
He does get to make the save again.
I am going to cast Mind Sliver on Loka, so I need you to make an intelligence save for me.
I have a +1 to that, just so you know.
That's so fine.
That's a 14.
That you fail.
Good.
So take 6 psychic damage.
Okay.
I was
really getting
incorrect
knocked
insofar as
around.
this is not actually a spell that would trigger that, but literally using Mind Sliver on
Yeah.
a charmed
God.
person is for sure, if ever there was a way to try and punch through psychic magic, this was it.
Yeah,
So, same ruling. Loka will get to remake the save.
cool.
Depending on how much damage you do, I might even give him advantage.
It was 6 total.
Yeah, you know what? That's above 5. He doesn't have resistance to it. Loka, go ahead and make that save again with advantage. I'll say at the start, you're looking for an 18.
Jesus.
God
fuck.
damn!
Wow.
I need a 16 or higher.
Oh, fuck. Because I'm trying to get the
I did
horses.
not get it.
No?
The highest I got was an 11 on the die.
God damn. I see I am mistaken. Thank you for your time. So sorry to trouble you.
No,
and your
it's
husband.
no worries at all.
No, it's no worries.
Enjoy your
Saran.
stay.
We will. Loka,
And
you
whenever
ready?
Tanya wants to come have a talk about it, we're here anytime.
Perfect. Loka, are you ready to head back?
No, I figured I'd stay with the horses.
No,
I
it's-
would. I
The
could
farmer
talk with
kind
the
of turns back to you and
Stonewalls.
is just like, "Oh, feel free to go back and talk to your friends. It's no issue. Just, the horses will
It's-
be here whenever you need them."
Let's head on
Okay.
back. We wanted to try those tambourines out, correct?
Sure, yeah, we can try the tambourines.
Yes, we wanted to try the tambourines. Come on now.
Okay.
And Zoran was going to bring them back. Can I come back in like 2 minutes real quick? I just need a really quick break.
Yeah,
I'm
for
so
sure.
sorry. So you can focus on the others and then we can
I'm
bring this up again.
also-
Sorry, thank you.
I
God.
am pissed.
God, this is. I have a lot of preventative measures. I don't know what I can do after the fact. Unless.
You need an 18.
That's
Dang.
huge. That's a
I'm-
big number for.
I'm fucked every time I have to roll that.
That's a wisdom save.
It was a wisdom save.
I can
Ugh.
potentially help with this in a certain way. If we can force him to take it as many times as we need to.
You don't know what's going on at the moment, though.
Yeah, I
So-
don't.
Peshmina and
Yeah,
Hassan
sorry.
packing up in the tent. The lot are more than happy to keep helping you up. You do notice, in particular, Casca, Tanya, and Freda all seem to be moving a bit more sluggishly. They're having more. They take more frequent breaks. They frequently need a moment to just like sit down. Freda mentions that she's lightheaded briefly while working on trying to get all of her things packed up.
I think anytime she notices any of them like faltering, it's just like, let someone else get it. Just don't.
Sorry.
Feel free to sit here. I want to get this done as quickly as possible, but would it be alright if I took a moment to maybe I can come up with something that'll help tide you over for the time being?
Sure, if you'd like. I wouldn't mind.
I think she'll take just a brief moment to see if maybe I can come up with like a kind of pep in your step tea, something medicinal, something.
Yeah, if you want to. Also, if you'd like to roll like medicine to try and get a better read on the situation.
Yes. Oh, that's a natural 20 plus 6.
Natural 20 plus 6. You're sitting down with Freda for a little bit. There's maybe just like kind of doing a quick, not even like asking, but like unobtrusive kind of like check your pulse, gonna kind of like put my hand up to your forehead, just kind of like checking the vitals. The things she seems to be experiencing, they're intermittent. They're not quite at regular intervals, but like you can kind of tell that like these things are happening kind of intermittently. Like it'll happen every once in a while.
Like spells.
Yeah. And it's for sure strange, but a natural 20 on medicine, all of these symptoms are aligned with acute blood loss. They're acting as if each of them like had a serious cut recently, or like lost like not a lot of blood, not like enough to really affect them in any kind of way, but like almost if you had just given blood, like that, like if you just lost a pint of blood.
Hey Freda,
yeah.
have you been injured recently?
Not that I can. No, I mean, I took a tumble, in one of our, acts, but not that I can remember. I had, like, kind of a weird cut, but that was just, like, dinner. I slipped with a kitchen knife.
You didn't lose a lot of blood or anything?
Oh, no. Took a little bit to heal, but other than that,
None of you have been craving things like, I don't know, things with more like iron or anything, right?
no, sweet things pretty frequently.
Sweet things.
Pashmina, as you like kind of take a closer look, looking her over again, natural 20, you put your thumb to one of her veins and it recoils.
What?
Moves under the skin.
I think she masks, looking a little freaked out by that. I'm sorry, would you mind if I put my ear to your chest just to hear your heart a little better?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of leans against and listens in closely.
Steady thump. Very much like it, solid, pretty strong. And then you hear like a gurgle, kind of a slosh. Not stomach movement.
Right. Oh, that's.
Kind of a squelch, even.
Here, all of you. Sorry, this is turning into. Can all of you who are not feeling well come here?
For sure. No. Others will continue packing.
Mind it kind of goes to each. Mind if I listen?
Yes. Tanya's is a little slower. Very much not an athlete in the same way the other two are. But yeah, heart going strong.
Okay. Listens to Casca's.
I'm gonna keep just feeding you information on a natural 20 to some extent. All of them talk about and appear to have had a recent cut. Small, minor, but still having had it.
Okay.
Zeron and Loka, if Caroline is back.
I am, yeah, sorry.
Easy enough for y'all to get back around now, should you so choose. Notably, no horses in tow.
All right. There's been some developments that I have learned.
The stone woods are really nice. They said that we should stay for a little bit.
Oh, god damn it.
I want you to know I am fine. One of us is not here.
I'm fine too.
Loka's eyelids are like half open.
Do I know that Lucas Charm? Should I make a check for this?
Know what? You've got an arcana of plus 12. I'm just gonna give that one to you. Definitive, like, plain and powerful, but plain and simple charm person.
Okay.
I don't know exactly how it happened. There wasn't any magic physically cast, but it still happened. I tried.
Smells funny up here too, though, don't you think?
I tried breaking Loka out of it, and it didn't work. When I got closer to the Stonewoods?
Stonewoods.
When I got closer to them, they smelled heavily of sulfur.
Yeah, that's what it smells like. It's not a bad smell, really.
Alright. So, okay, many things. Can I deduce perhaps what spell may have been cast on Loka?
Again, plain and simple charm person.
Plain and simple charm person, okay. Do I know how to perhaps, counteract this, I would need, like, dispel magic or to actually dispel it, per se?
Yeah, probably. Or if you can convince Loka to actively fight it, he can start remaking the save, basically.
Okay.
Because otherwise, is it a concentration spell on the part of the caster? Or is it just...
It is not.
Okay, so it's not as though we can break their concentration.
The big thing is it doesn't have concentration, and you don't normally get saves against it until basically something harmful is done against the charmed creature. Normally lasts about an hour.
Okay.
Honestly, with the amount of time back and forth, I'm willing to just say it ends. After, like, I don't know, another 5-10 minutes. Notably, though, Loka, when you come out of this spell, you're no longer charmed. You do not sense that magic has been cast on you.
Loka? Hason snaps his fingers. You feeling alright? Are you feeling alright?
See the kind of, like, glazed look come off of Loka's eyes.
Why are you snapping at? Get your fucking hands out of my face! What the fuck?
There he is.
Good.
Are you back? We feeling better now?
What?
Don't what me?
Do I
What
remember?
was that?
Do I remember what I did while I was
You
charmed?
remember everything you did, everything you said. And it may feel out of character for you, but you do not know. Like, that just felt like it was from you, as far as you're aware.
Okay. I'm gonna what you?
You're really gonna pretend like you don't remember anything that happened just then?
What? We went and got the horses. They asked us to put the horses back, and it was just for the best. It was the best idea we had, so we put the horses back.
The best idea to go put the horses back that we were trying to get to
Loka,
leave.
Loka, I need you to look at me.
I don't
If
want to look
someone
at you
wa-
right now. Hey, son, you're pissing me off.
Okay, well, say you are going to do something. You're going to say you're going to eat your breakfast, and I tell you, oh, that's not a good idea, Loka. You shouldn't eat your breakfast. You should just put it back. What would you say to me?
I'd say fuck you. I'm gonna eat my breakfast.
What did you say to the people who literally just told you to put back the horses?
I'm telling you, hey, son, it's for the best. We put the horses back.
You were charmed. They wanted you to say that and think that.
I can't be charmed. That's not possible.
Oh, really?
I think I did put in a pretty good job.
Oh, really?
I
Would you
actually
like
have
to test
advantage. Oh, god damn it, that's so
Oh,
annoying.
you have advantage.
I have advantage against being charmed.
Noted.
Oh.
But yeah, Hassan via Arcana. This is a divergence. The biggest downside of magic like Charm Person, and Charm Person specifically, is that after you do it, they know innately, like, oh, cool, someone put a fucking spell on me. Great. The fact that that isn't happening here is a notable shift in power.
Okay, then.
Hey,
let
son,
me-
if we ever needed your mind shieldy thing, now is the time.
Yes. Okay, then.
Why are you all still looking at me like I'm crazy?
Because
No,
you are!
You
No,
aren't-
no, don't-
No, Noir. Look, Loka, please. Stay here. Help them pack up. Okay, how close is everyone to being packed up?
It's kind of slow going. It'll take another, like, maybe hour. It's a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
bit
let's say
longer.
like half an hour.
In that case,
Especially with the look I'm
we close down this. We close down this tent. No one comes in or out. If someone comes, you do not let them in. You do not speak to them. You do not talk to them. For the next hour until literally everything is packed. At the end of the hour, me and Zoran are going to come back, hopefully, with whatever wagons and animals are necessary.
We could even start preloading ours if we really needed to.
It may be best idea if they consider leaving the threat, then we should not be packing anything, perhaps. Perhaps we just distract them for an hour. That's, I think, all we'll need. And then we leave lightning, like we leave in a flash. Pack up your items as quickly as possible, and then just get out.
I think oversending stones to you three, there's another complication.
What?
These three are sick with something unnatural. Something I don't fully understand.
All the more reason to get them out of here as quickly as possible. I'll try something real quick. Tanya, do I have your consent to do a bit of magic that will hopefully help you?
Please? Sure.
Lesser restoration. Let's see if that does literally anything.
I
check something
doubt
real
it.
quick.
I doubt it, but because lesser restoration is kind of crap for anything that's bad like this.
Yeah.
And greater restoration costs 100 GP to cast every time.
So you cast Lesser Restoration, and Tanya immediately like clutches her stomach and goes like, "Oh!" You see a seam, Pashmina, where you identified the cut. Her cut bursts back open, and a blood red ooze comes out of Tanya's body.
Loka?
She goes to like she immediately like almost like lurches over to Tanya's aid.
Just need to. As it
Oh, you could
pops
even use
out
one of the new like
and immediately
slime...
starts. No, like a creature, the ooze, like climbs out of Tanya's cut and is going to begin squelching towards the door.
Oh
My God! Says, Loka!
All right, you son of a bitch! Die! Die, you son of a bitch!
You hear a kind of gargling screech from outside, having heard the little cry. I'm just gonna say you squished this ooze, Loka. It's actually tiny. It's actually smaller than this.
Oh.
And as you squish it, you note a couple of things.
Yeah,
One, that the blood red color was not the ooze, but in fact blood that this ooze had ingested. That splorches onto the ground. And Zoran, rounding the edge of the tent, if you'd like to see what is going on the exterior.
absolutely.
You see as lowly farmer, classic farmsman, John Stonewood, form starts to melt and sink into the ground and then expand and grow back outward
Oh,
God, not
into
again!
a blood red ooze.
Not again!
Fuck.
What?
And that's what we're going to call the session today.
Oh
Fuck
my
you.
God.
I do, before we do that, I do need to transform a couple more oozes.
Oh no.
God damn it,
Holy
not
shit. I didn't think we were gonna get into it that fast. Holy crap.
Lesser
Oh,
Restoration
this
is one of the specific spells that can force a, and I'm just going to say
No
the name,
way.
Bloodborne Ooze.
Bloodborne ooze.
Bloodborne ooze. God.
Is that from the funny book?
It is from the funny book.
Oh boy.
These turn into oozes.
Wait, I thought you could turn tiles into monsters some way. Because then you could actually use the
can.
little blood splorches that they
Let me
added.
see.
That looks so cool.
I guess we would have to use morphs, but like...
Yeah, but I'm already using morphs.
Did you make that mini yourself?
No, I actually wrote down the credit for it specifically because it is incredible.
That's
so
very
cool.
good.
So that is the Elder Oblex mini,
So
which is a
fun.
double mini that's basically like a werewolf and a person with a bunch of skull
Yeah, I
magic
saw
around
the
it.
back and it was like
did
they're
it
using like
super
crazy
well.
techniques to...
Let me pull out. I wanted to have this on Zachars 7019 on Hero Forge, who makes amazing minis.
So creative.
cool.
Really good. Great use
Yeah.
of material, great use of like the decals, like it is a
using all
super
the like...
good mini.
I want to say that those are like tails that they're using as like tendrils, and then man, like that's so smart.
That's so cool.
Let's see if I
Yeah.
People
missed
can push
any.
Hero
Oh, do
Forge
they-
so far.
I'm gonna go ahead and just like pull this one. The corner. Next week. Beep. So we've got the Elder Oblex, an additional.
Look at the mini
kind of
oozes
blue
on the map.
ooze, and then a bunch
The
of little
mini
oozes.
oozes.
I think I
And
got
there
all
are
of it.
currently
There should be
2 more inside of our...
correct that have not come out
Oh,
yet.
No.
You do
I'm
kill
going
this
to
one.
need
I'm just gonna go
Yeah,
ahead
so
and say
you're
you
doing next turn.
the next 2 turns.
The next 2 turns.
And now having seen this, you see tiny little red trails of goo coming from between the giant red ooze and all the other oozes around you.
Oh god.
Fuck.
All right, I'm excited for next week.
Oh my god.
You know
Oh
that
my
there are like
God,
super
dude.
fun, unique oozes in Flea Mortals?
I'm aware now.
And there's never been a better time to get flea mortals.
There has
Yeah.
never been a better time to get Flea.
I have this one really good spell, but I don't know if it works against it.
We'll see.
I don't know.
I
Because I don't think they can be charmed.
I'm so glad I have
Probably
weapons that are
not.
not just my fists. I
That's a
don't want to
reason-
punch these things.
That's a reasonable assumption to make given how much psychic magic, how powerful psychic magic you know it has already.
Yeah,
Oh,
so I don't
before I-
think it can be charmed.
Before I actually help these two, I'm probably... Well, actually, wait, no, right. You already... Yulka already has advantage on their checks. I just know who I'm giving Bardic Inspiration to.
All right. Thank you all for playing this evening.
Yeah.
Hope you're ready to fight some oozes next week. Well, maybe not next week, but whenever we get to play again.
Next week. Tomorrow.
Please.
For real.
We'll see. It'll happen.
Fuck Curse of Strahd, I want this.
You want ooze? It's funny.
You're saying
So
that on recording. But...
literally last week when this was before we started rolling, I was asking people what D&D monster they want to fight, and Caroline,
Oh,
you said
you said
Oblex,
ooze.
which is extremely funny because I've had this planned for like months.
I'm so glad.
You manifested that shit though.
I
Like you.
manifested
I think that's like the
I'm
third
so
time that has
happy.
happened too, when I've just been like asking
Yeah.
what people are into, and they were just like, I want this specific thing. And it's something I've had in the pipeline for like so long.
Yeah.
That's just you being good at your job.
You're
Anticipating your desires
player's
before you
needs.
even know you
Yes.
want them.
God, I can't stop looking at it. Like, I'm so
It's
zoomed
such a
in on
good
this thing.
mini.
It's so good.
It's really
Because
good.
they also
Also,
like,
it's
used,
technically
like, magic
huge.
effects. So yeah.
What?
So it's technically
Oh,
this
hold on.
big.
Wait, hold on. I'm moving my mini just to show the size comparison.
Fucking
It's
Christ.
technically
Size of a
huge.
house.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Just for the
it's not
size
large.
comparison.
You're so little.
So Jover. I love this.
That's fucked.
Yeah, I want to fight this very bad.
I cannot wait to fight this.
I can't wait for you to cast Fireball on that thing at 6th level.
I'm so mad because the spell, because since we leveled up, I was able to get 1 6th level spell. And I'm so happy with the one I picked. It'll do fuck all against this thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
right, because you have so many psychic damage things.
Yep. Yep. I grabbed a spell I absolutely adore.
Oh man, that's
but
rough.
It won't do anything against
Yeah,
it, probably.
That is not
Well.
ideal.
I forgot.
I
because
grabbed
of-
Mental Prison,
Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
and it will just it'll do some damage if it's not resistant to it, but it won't get like the big fuck off amount. So yeah,
You
I hope you
cast a
guys are ready for
fuck-off
Fireball.
at 6th level.
I was
It's
gonna
fine.
say, hope you guys really like Fireball, cause guess what?
Woo.
I also enjoyed naming the fake farmers John and Missy Stonewood.
Yeah.
Stonewood
They
was
are
cool.
very farmer names.
Alright, I'm gonna move Zeron back so I don't get jump scared at the start of the next session.
Reasonable.
Oh god, Toshi's right there. God.
Oh, Toshi.
I have to get
Toshi's
everyone
still.
out.
Toshi rapidly writing things down. No, I
Through a
was debating.
hole
I
in the
guess
wall.
here I'll just it's Stars and Wishes time. I'm going first because I want to talk about things. I was reading through Flea Mortals because I was looking for some fun things. And I like the Bloodborne Ooze a lot because it's a great little minion monster. They're small, they don't have a lot of hit points, they don't do a ton of things, but I love the implications in the long term. So they are tendrils attached to the Oblex to feed it. And they have an ability called Crimson Feast that lets them do necrotic damage and poison the host, but only while they are inside the host. And they can get in through basically like any break in skin, whether it be like a cut or like a paper cut. Like it could be a paper cut, it can be a knife wound, whatever. They just get in there.
Oh no.
Horrible.
Which I enjoy. And we've got,
Oh, no.
obviously the Oblex and another special ooze that you'll find out about next time.
No.
Oh,
Great.
A
Awesome.
mystery mouse Cthulhu.
But practically they are all part of the same ooze.
Oh my
Just
God.
subdivided for specialities.
Pardon me just measuring this just for...
Alright, so who's gonna tank boss while we do ad control?
I mean, you know it's me, right? Like,
I think it might actually have to be Pashmina because Pashmina can do evasion on fireballs.
That'll... Yeah, evasion, yes. It'll still hit.
I've got resistance,
The
it's fine.
damage will be...
I mean, no, as long as Pashmina makes it, they will not take any damage. And if they take any damage, they will only take half damage, and then which will be further halved. By...
I mean, like 14d8. It's survivable.
No,
It's
my
fine.
friend,
How many
only
hit points do you have,
10d6.
Peshmina?
I
58?
have... Yeah. Oh god.
It's
Don't
fine,
worry,
probably.
It's only 10d6. Here, I'm gonna roll it just to show.
Watch
That was
you-
actually really bad. I rolled so many ones there.
Wow, that is,
Oh.
yeah, that is
1,
awful
2, 3,
damage.
4, 5. 6 of those were ones.
Jesus
One of those was a
Christ.
5. All of it
Damn.
was either 1s or 2s. Let me try again. Much better.
This is why you need an Elemental Adept. Reroll all those
Yeah.
ones.
Mm-hmm. You're actually so right.
Elemental Adept is very good.
You're actually
especially if you're
so
spec'd into a
right.
specific kind of damage.
Oh, yeah.
Which is basically all I've done with
I mean, two of you,
Wait.
I guess less so, but like Loka has got
Our
Elemental
next
Adept
level
Lightning
up
for free.
does get an ability score increase.
Ooh. Spicy. Anyone hitting 20 in anything at level 12? I guess
I
some
really
of you
considered
could
it.
if you wanted.
I could.
I closed
I
it.
But
could-
why would I do that when I can get another feat?
That's true. Feat's good.
I considered doing 20 in charisma.
D&D players
I
love
really
feat.
did. Feats
Feats
are
are
just good.
strong.
They're just so much more fun.
Party
Here, I need to
full
go
of
into my-
feat enjoyers.
We're getting distracted again. Stars and wishes.
Oh yeah, Stars and Wishes, me, this session. I had a good
Yeah,
time
for
playing
this
Toshi
one,
was
not
fun.
last one.
Playing Toshi was a good time. I tried to study some of your mannerisms, Eli.
Oh,
Such to keep Toshi in line with character, but still kind of like a different person, fundamentally.
okay.
I hope to have accomplished that a little bit.
I think you did well. Thank you.
It was nice. It was cute.
The Sabella Dream, that was a lot of fun.
Oh god.
All the dream. I love that Heisan is just like, oh, I'm traveling? You mean I can gas these 3rd level spells for free every night? Awesome.
Maybe I will.
Maybe I will go in people's dreams and see what's going on. Excellent. And it's great. It keeps me on my toes, and it's a lot of fun. It's a fun. It's such a nightmare compared to like bothering someone with sending. Just being like, I'm gonna show up in your dreams. Is like that's incredible. I cannot believe I did not know about this spell in this until this camp.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild. Yeah, that was fun. I really enjoyed everyone's individual moments in the campaign. I think every character shone really brightly. Wishes. Super excited for this TPK. I think that'll be pretty fun.
Fucking rude.
We'll see. I think y'all. We'll see. Y'all have proven that CR doesn't matter. I think you undersell yourselves on how good you are at this game too. Like I think you all are actually quite good at making. And I'm looking forward to this combat in general. This is legitimately so. Also, this board I modified it and expanded it a lot. It was previously just like the buildings, if I want to say correctly. Like I added all the farmland and a bunch of the like stonework around it. Some of the stonework, at least. It's hard to remember because this is literally one of the first boards I ever pulled into this campaign.
Oh, wow.
Like I said, I've been waiting for this location for a very long time. So I am excited to get to pay off and do this. I didn't know how this was going to go necessarily, but I'm happy it's going this way. I think it'll be fun. Yeah, that's me for Stars and Wishes. We're going inside out, so that's Matt.
Me? Stars. It was so fun listening to everybody's stuff today. Because all of it was so fucking crazy. Like, the fact that Toshi is now here, insane. The fact that Cybella is absolutely lost her fucking goddamn mind, insane. What did Pashmina do today? All of a sudden I forget.
Talked to Zeal for a split second, interacted with children, interacted with Tanya. That's about it.
Also Toshi.
That's also Toshi.
The dream you had with Tanya, though, that was... I don't know, all of the dream sequences have just been really cool.
I think I just enjoy describing dream sequence. Good time.
They're some of the most fun things to write.
Oh, that's so crazy. That's kind of... Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt with that. I just realized that's kind of from my first wish list, is that we would do more dream stuff like we did in Kyla. And that's kind of... hell yeah. It's cool. It's good. I love dreams. Dreams are a good way to communicate things.
And apparently just communicate in general.
So just communicate.
Apparently.
Yeah.
You know the, like, dystopian thing of, like, putting ads in people's dreams?
Oh my god.
Aeson can do that now.
You
want to promote your tavern in someone's dreams?
Can I...
Nightmare. That's a nightmare. They have to take psychic damage for that.
Who do I even know that I can do that to that would be nightmare fuel for, you know?
The other
Tothrin
owners
Delay.
around.
Father and Delight.
I think he would just start hunting you down after that.
Oh, okay.
Come to Lucas Tavern, to Rackentha.
Wakes up
I
and is
thought
like,
you
all
said
right, it's
garage,
time to
not
eat a
garage.
Lokatha.
So I was so
Funny.
confused because Zeron still would hunt you down for that.
Oh no, I was thinking of Tothrin Delay.
I thought you said Zeron.
No, or maybe, if I did, I didn't mean it. Apologize. Yeah, just like advertising your tavern to like
Directly to Navorak.
No, see, I thought about that and I was like, that's a good way to get my tavern burned down.
Yeah.
it's a good way to not have a city block anymore.
Yeah.
For real.
I don't know. I had a lot of fun today. It was just a good session overall. My wishes are, I just want to see what happens with everything. That's really it. Like, because now we have like 3 different things happening simultaneously. I want to see what happens. So I'm excited.
Hell yeah. Caroline, Stars and Wishes.
Stars, I just like it when we get to play, everyone. I say this every time. I like y'all a lot. You don't see it, but I'm doing the thing where you're pointing both of your pointer fingers together. I'm doing that right now.
I'm shy.
I'm just a little shy.
Twins.
Stars. This mini. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm still looking at it. I'm
What's
so
the name
excited.
again?
I'm so excited.
That's from Zachars 7019.
Zachary
Zachars
79.
dash 7019 on Hero Forge.
You do amazing work. If this is just one of the things that you can do, I want to see everything you can do. This is insane. You have the talent for this. Please keep doing what you are doing. You are doing amazing work. Sorry, it's just like for the scale again. It's insane. It's crazy. Just
The
this
fact
alone.
that you were allowed to just download that, like, that's not like a mini that they
Yes.
kept all to themselves. Like, the fact that they shared that.
Well,
is
so I
incredible.
just linked to their profile on Hero Forge in our Discord text too, and like
Oh,
they're
so
all
fun.
this good. They're all this good. This person is just. This is maybe one of the
Oh.
more out there minis, but
I
this
won't be
person is
allowed to
just
look 'cause I don't have a Pro.
incredible at making.
I'm getting on right now to look just because I love this stuff. I love it so much.
I think you have to have Pro to.
Yeah,
do
Oh, I
probably.
have to actually log in. I do have it. I just remembering my password for it. LOL.
I can show you later.
That's fine.
Yay!
Other stars. Cole, thank you for just dealing with my impromptu. Hey, what if I just cast Dream on Cybella?
Good shit.
Thank you for just allowing me to do that and just rolling with the punches that I gave for that.
Of
because
course.
that was out of nowhere. I did not ask permission. I just did it. It's called, I quite literally tried drafting up a letter and I'm like, I will not be able to write down exactly what they want to convey. It would just be so much easier just to say it.
More fun to just
And
do it.
it was. It was easier to say.
How do you feel about Sabella?
She's unhinged, and I'm so here for it. Me, as a player, I love this. I love this subplot. Literally just us talking over each other at the very end of just, I never want to see you again, I'll see you soon. Mwah!
Really
Chef's kiss.
good.
It was
Yeah.
so good. It was completely coincidental it happened that way. I loved that. That was so good. Oh, so good. So it was very, very, love that. The other sequences were very good. I love Tanya's. I love Tanya. I love the troop. I want to get to know the troop more. I know very,
boy.
very, very, very little about them all. So I'd like to know more about them. I think that could be very fun. I just like this kind of combat I really like. Some combats I dread. The combat here I genuinely enjoy. And
Telling
that
you, it's the
makes
maps.
me happy.
It's Tailspire, I'm telling you.
Yeah. It
Tailspire's
really adds a
fucking
whole other layer, and I'm so
crazy.
here for it. Star Toshi is... I'm just glad we have Heisan Mini. That makes me laugh so much. Just because it's like, okay, there's just two of them now.
Take your brother to work week.
It really is.
Month, maybe.
It's so
Month.
funny. So we just get to
Right.
deal with that.
Also,
Yeah, it's just been good. I'm so excited. I want to play again really, really soon. I hope we get to play again really soon. I want to do this. I'm gonna be only thinking about this fight now for a while. Wishes. I just want to play soon, please. Please. I'm on my hands and knees. I'm begging.
Please.
Please. That's my only wish. That's quite literally it.
Amazing.
I just want to play.
All right. Eli, stars and wishes.
Star.
Oh,
There's a Toshi. There's a Toshi in my backpack now. And he's cute and he's wonderful. And I get to drag him along to places now. And I kind of like that because I like that because I get to have because Heisan acts differently around Toshi and will now just be excitedly trying to spend as much time with them as possible. And I like to think Heisan just like Did I give the feeling that Hasan like interacts with Toshi in far different ways than everyone else at the very least?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I'm just happy I get to interact with Toshi. Thank you, Cole, and you've played him very well. Thank you for indulging me.
I'm glad I've been doing a good job.
Yeah, I'm happy I get to play with him. Dream is also very fun. I will, as I did in previously, try to give more advanced on notice on what targets I might have in the future.
I mean, it's also fun not to, so I appreciate
Yeah.
it, but also don't feel like you need to.
Yeah. Although also with Dream, I'm always a bit hesitant on Dream because it's also incredibly freaking powerful for something I can cast 3 times a day. Because just if you can manage to make someone lose a saving throw, that's a whole long rest gone. You can essentially just torment someone day after day after day after day and essentially build up exhaustion levels if you're, I think.
Yeah,
correct?
it's an awful thing to do to a person if you just like target them with it.
Yeah. But also it puts in a potential that I'm always worried about when it comes to these games is being able to contact literally anyone. Which is sometimes, in my opinion, eliminates some of the mystique of finding out what might be happening to anyone at any given time.
You do have to know the person,
Yeah.
which so far has been true, largely.
But also it's fun to not know what people are up to or what they might be doing. Like, it's why I kind of don't think I would, unless someone asked me to cast it on Ziraj, because I personally, the player, even if I know it doesn't technically make sense as Hasan, I don't want to know what Ziraj is up to. I want to find out. That's the threat that divination magic sometimes gives. Divination can also, it's kind of a double-edged sword because if you use it right, it can give you a hint, but if you overindulge in it, I feel like it can, unless,
You become Astior.
yeah, it has the potential to not ruin, but perhaps get rid of a mistake if used incorrectly, which it hasn't been until this moment. But it's why I'm always like, I'm going to try to be more careful about who I cast Dream on, so I just can't talk to everyone and see what's going on. Only
your
when
discretion.
I think it makes sense. Yeah.
Well, the thing that I would say about that is, we used it on Cybella. We really didn't get a lot of information about what she's up to, but we know what her ultimate goal is. But we've always known that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just my thought, at least. But
No,
I
you're right.
also see what you're saying.
As long as it's interesting.
I will
Yeah.
also say that there are targets that are significantly harder to cast Dream.
Oh, yeah, ones that
Yeah.
don't sleep.
So far, you have picked some pretty straightforward targets.
Like, I wonder if Chancellor Dvorak sleeps, and that's a good question, and if we would actually be able to... Sorry, I'm getting off topic now. Also, stars. Yeah, like, again, every single conversation in the dream was amazing. There was... Using the dream as a setting for a conversation and being able to work with that malleable environment just makes for wonderful set pieces, and I loved every minute of getting to see y'all play with that. I am very happy. I'm very happy to see that. Let's see, what else am I thinking of stars? I am looking forward to combat again, even though it's in fucking oozes again. Oozes. Still thinking about the last ooze thing we had. We haven't had an ooze combat really since Kyla, and that one was terrible. Like,
God.
like terrible as in horrifying and devastating.
Macabre.
Yeah, I am
Fun.
interested.
Those are fun.
I'm interested to see what will happen this time.
There were oozes in Ruda's lair. Y'all just dodged all of them.
Oh, yeah.
There's also the
Yeah.
slimes in the
The
spire.
meteoplasms.
That's
Yeah.
true. The
those-
mimeoplasms.
Yeah.
oh, yeah, that's
Mimeoplasms.
Neoplasms.
They still count.
That's
They
true.
count in my heart.
They do. They have an official name too. Dragon blood oozes.
Ooh.
Those are also real creatures.
Yeah, very cool. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Other wishes, I'll think up some more at some other point. And I feel like there was another star I can trying to think of, but no. Threatening Loka threatening Toshi at the beginning. I was very happy. That's kind of what I was expecting, and I kind of liked it. Either way, I had fun. Yay!
Awesome. All right, Hannah.
Oh wait, and Cole, one more thing. What button do you press to present all the names of the minis? What?
Tab, but it's just me. That's a GM layer.
Oh no. Oh wait, no, it works for me too.
You have GM
Okay.
privileges?
No.
Nope, that's just a thing. I think that's a thing
Uh,
everyone can.
question: can you see the scarecrows?
No.
Okay, good.
Excuse me.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's going to get worse.
No, they're not coming. They were here from a previous encounter. They have since introduced a scarecrow prop.
I see.
So
I see.
I am going to go ahead and delete them. Because I just set them to hidden, and I was just like, I'm going to leave these on the board just in case I want to do something with them.
You're doing ooze things now.
Yeah. Just the splat on the ground is extremely funny.
Yeah, I think I got all of them. I don't know if I did.
So
I guess.
I also want to see. Casca is the one Pashmina had a relationship with, sort of, correct?
Has ongoing, technically. It never ended.
Yup.
I'm interested. I want to see them talk with Zuan.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm glad you picked up on that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
That. Oh boy.
Oh,
all right, now Hannah.
we. Stars. Holy moly. Okay. Good sesh. I think we've managed to get to like a lot of my wishlist stuff actually already, which is crazy. Wow. Glad Toshi's here. So glad that Cybella is still in the picture. Even if maybe, a little distant, but not gone. Never forgotten. God, that was fun to listen to. Holy shit. The wedding imagery. I was waiting for like bring out the Erasmus Zeron, bring out the doppelganger ass, like her perfect little vision, and then you did it, and then Turtle's just like, yes, good, perfect. Oh man, Toshi's precious. Jesus Christ, we cannot let anything happen to Toshi, for the love of God. I like that layer of like, okay, not only do we have to deal with this, we have to babysit while we deal with this. Oh man. Reuniting with Tanya and the rest of the troop. Cannot wait for those interactions when we're not in mortal peril. I feel like I'm always kind of like more or less expecting. I'm expecting the beats, but sometimes what happens just completely takes me for like I could never have predicted oozes that live in your blood. Could never Would never have thought of that. That is fucking excellent and horrible.
Yeah, I was thinking this was like vampire shit.
Yeah, as soon as we started getting, I was like, oh man, it's like, because necromancy and like undead and stuff, it's just like, nope. Big blood ooze. Big ooze blood.
Ooze that drinks your blood from inside
Ooze
of
that
you.
is, yeah, that, like a inside leech. Just like, horrible, amazing, awful.
That's Flea Mortals, baby! What's old is new again, what's new is old.
They're so brilliant. This is related but unrelated just because it was something we were keeping track of today. I'm so excited to see what that game holds, what the MCDM RPG book is going to be like, because holy cow, has everything that you've implemented been so brilliant.
It's about to crack 2 million.
Ah, yes!
Checks it now.
Yes!
It's at 1.96, 1,961,973.
Keep going.
What?
Give them money.
The MCDM RPG. Here, I'll link to it in the chat. I'm
please
very
do.
excited about it. This is the people who made Flea Mortals making their own RPG.
There's a little piece of me considering I need to get back on the TikToks, but also I want to get back on the TikTok so that I can specifically promote stuff, which is not necessarily good for, but like I need people to know about this. Like I
mean,
need
judging
people
by
to
the
know about-
donations, they know about it.
Still.
They might, at least. Yeah, I'm really excited for that. Everything they've talked about is like, hey, you know everything we like about Flea Mortals? It's that, but what if you did that for the entire system?
The whole game. Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
That's very
This is a
fun.
good session. There's too much to talk about. I love I love all the little moments. I think the little moments added up in this one a lot. Just like Peshmina getting to have the moment with the children, and Zeal and her parents, and then just like the little interactions with Toshi, just kind of fiddling around, and it's good. It's good. It all adds up. It's nice.
Hell yeah.
Oh god, do I even have the wishes more soon? Please. Hopefully we can keep this momentum at least for a little bit. I will understand if that stops being the case for any reason, but for this,
We'll do our best. I'll get
I
another.
promise I'm not controlling any of the oozes. I don't know why it says that.
I'll get another. When is good up? Post haste.
Yay!
Eli, yell at your supervisor again.
I'll try. I'll see what happens.
Mm.
Don't do anything you can't.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to hoping that maybe we can play again next.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Prage.
Rage.
Prage.
Oh yeah, and blah blah blah. This is what kind of bird Toshi is. Toshi is a lesser kestrel.
Oh, cute.
Baby.
Oh, sorry.
Sparrow
less-
hawk.
Cute. Less two little stars is just, again, Tailspire, and then, like, being able to bring stuff from Hero Forge into Tailspire. We were talking earlier about how some people just really know how to make some incredible stuff in Hero Forge. And then you pulled this out, and it's just like, damn, yep. I gotta start revisiting my Hero Forge models for Morkborg. I gotta step it up. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, I feel like
That's
God.
just
I need to
crazy.
remake my model now.
I felt so proud of a model I made, and it's just like, I mean,
yeah.
that's kind of cool, I guess. I see this shit. Man, people are good at things. Wow. And that's all I got.
All right.
Whew.
Well, in that case, thank you all very much for
Sweaty.
playing. I'm looking forward to playing again, hopefully soon.
Soon.
Love y'all.
Have a good night.
Night,
everybody.
everyone.
Yes,
Good
yeah.
night.
I will miss you until next
Bye bye.
week.